Hey Nui, it's stream 203. About that time to start working again. I'm going to be working today on performance improvements. So, yeah, I'm reaching that point where I can no longer sort of use JSON everywhere, use text parsing generation everywhere, and expect the performance of the server to stay reasonable. We're getting to the point where the T2 micro instance I have the game running on Amazon Web Services is almost reaching the baseline level, above which it starts to burn CPU credits, and then ultimately will get throttled. So what I want to do is look into areas of the game that are in need of performance improvement, and then either address them directly or just plan out what I want to do. So here are some overall ideas based on some initial work I did to look into things. So when iterating game components right now, it actually makes a copy of all the game components of a certain type, which is probably very expensive, although I haven't seen that in performance measurements that I've seen directly. I think that using the visitor pattern to just look at the game components in situ or in place rather than copying them seems like a reasonable thing to do. The biggest thing I think is going to be using the binary format for messages between servers, and also the storage, the serialization of data when it gets saved into the snapshot and then loaded back. Although predominantly it's going to be messages between servers. If that was in a binary format, that saves a ton of redundant parsing and generating of JSON messages. I also noticed in performance measurements I made that stuff like the golem takes an unreasonable amount of time. It really shouldn't be using much CPU at all. It should just be responding to chat. I think there's just a lot of polling that it does unnecessarily. So if I could remove polling, that would be nice. And I want to do some more performance measurements anyway. So what I set up this morning was the same kind of Raft configuration as what's running on the production server, and I have it built in Visual Studio, not just VS Code, but Visual Studio with the release with debug info. And my apologies for the small font. I really don't know how to scale the font up in Visual Studio. For code, it's fine. So, for example, if I look at a code file, that's nice and scaled, but I don't know how to scale the Chrome around it. But I have this set up now so that if I can run an individual server with the performance profiler, and then run the rest of the cluster on the command line, and then run the game for a while, and then collect some statistics. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. Start. So here's the raw game view. So it sits there trying to connect to the other server. So then I need to start up the other servers. It's wserve. Then it launches the other two servers, and now they're all three are connected. So here's the game. Actually, the cluster leader ended up being 12, which is not what I want. I wanted the one I was profiling to be the leader. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to kill 12. That's what I'm going to do. I want the leader server to be the one I'm profiling. Go to details. You can change the DPI settings and everything else to be bigger. Look into that. I don't know if that would screw up other things, though. I don't know how much we're going to be looking at the Visual Studio today. Okay, where is it? Okay, 12, die. See who gets to take over. No, I don't want 11 either. So 11, I want you to die too. No hard feelings. I want 10 to take over. No, not you, 12. I want 10 to take over, please. Oh, that's funny. 11 and 12 are trading off, and 10 doesn't want to participate. Oh, much I have to do here to get it to become the leader. Wow, this is funny. 10 never wants to take over. Huh. I wonder if I have to hack it to like make 10 be the initial leader. Well, we're getting some interesting statistics at least. The cluster's pretty resilient. Just I can't get 10 to be the leader. Why not? This is very unusual. They should have a randomized timeout. Just about ready to give up on this. Yep, I'm gonna give up. What's the best way to do this? Close here. That should close this session. I mean, we've got some diagnostics, but it'll be from a follower server's perspective, so it won't include any of the game systems. Hey there, Epic Unknown. So it's interesting. All of this time, I think, was reading the initial snapshot. Call tree. Yeah, it's all in reading the journal, which is all reading JSON. Yep. There's a fair amount of time there. How much is that? 5 seconds long to read the snapshot? That's not cool. So moving to a binary snapshot would be useful, I guess. And then what's this time here spent in? This is... what thread is this? The executor's worker thread. Right. Publishing that a snapshot has been created. Because that probably does JSON encoding. Yep, writing JSON to files. Constructing JSON, yeah. Encoding JSON, yeah. So it's just a lot of time reading and writing JSON. Clear selection. Yeah. The JSON is just everywhere. Okay, let me save this as... I've been collecting these diagnostic sessions here. Save. And I'm thinking one trick to get this leader to come up as this server as leader is to increase the timeout so that it'll make sure to engineer it to timeout first. Hey there, Poker. Okay. Just looking at the config file. Can't show it on screen. It's got sensitive stuff in it. Actually, this one, yeah, it has the chatbot's OAuth token. Hey there, bug found. How are you doing? Ref timeout interval. Set to 1.5 seconds or 3 seconds. So let me set it to like 10 and 5. And then it'll try again. So run this again. Actually, to get it to distribute, I need to do this one more time. But I can kill them right away. And then let's close this session. Analyze performance profiler start. Let that run for a few seconds. How come I'm not seeing a window? Anyway, start it up. Oh, there it is. It was just hiding. Cool. So we are the leader. Actually, why is it generating level 0 messages? Huh. Wait, that's not right. How can you have 2 leaders? I don't think this is working. Who is the leader here? 10 started an election. 10 became the leader. But then 11 timed out and started a new elect. Why? Okay, let's try again. Something tells me I didn't start that up very... something went wrong when I started that up. There's the window. And start it. Wait a minute. No, it didn't do the right thing, did it? It didn't actually start this up correctly. It's like I'm missing something. Or the tool is misbehaving. Now it's just frozen. Thank you, Visual Studio. What do I do? Kill Visual Studio? I think Visual Studio is just messing up. Ready to destroy Visual Studio. Where are you, Visual Studio? Here you are. Kill process tree. Yay. Start new process tree. Build your app in the first 5 minutes. No, thank you. Right, so let's just make sure it knows that the build is good. Okay. Performance profiler, start. Alright, here's the window. It actually looks nice now. It should be trying to connect. Then I start this. It only starts 11 and 12. And, no, not 12. I don't want 12 to be the leader. Don't vote for 12. 11 and 12 refuse. Okay. It might not have the game data up to date. So let me try one more time. The way to force it would be to just remove the snapshots from 11 and 12, right? I guess we can do that. What's the harm that could happen with that? Delete 11 game snapshot. Delete 12 game snapshot. And I don't need this diag session. Try again. All right. And then start the cluster. It starts 11 and 12 only. 10 should become the leader. And it installed the snapshots on 11 and 12. And it's sending heartbeats now. Okay, let's see. Hey, okay, now we're the leader server. Okay, so I can let it run and I'll do stuff like, let's have a local user log in. And maybe we'll go pick up some swords. We need to kill some NPCs anyway. Just do normal game stuff. Pick up some swords, right? Hiya! Hiya! Yeah. You guys, down you go. Slimy, goodbye. I'm gonna run. My swords are all gonna break. Okay, I suppose I'll run into a teleporter once or twice. Stress out the rendering system a little bit. I need like LiquidOrbot here. Stress out the server a bit. Okay, it's probably good enough, right? I didn't expect them to make snapshots that much, though. Okay, something's wrong with the configuration file, because that's not the right snapshot interval. Because I changed that. Let me see what's going on. Yeah, it should be at 10,000. Why would it be making snapshots that frequently, unless the configuration file didn't get replicated right? Let me look at one of the server's configuration files. Yeah, it didn't get up. Why is it not getting? Why is the configuration not being updated? Yeah, the test results are invalid because the configuration file didn't get replicated right. The time is correct on it. That's strange. Anyway, well, it is what it is. It made more snapshots than it should have, but maybe get some good numbers anyway. All right. Coordinator worker thread 35%. This one I'm not sure. It's a combination of what is that? Launchpad, standard unique pointer, tuple, coordinator implementation. I think it's a function object. Anyway, systems take 28% of the time. Yeah, yeah. I don't know how to show this in a nice big font. I'm sorry. I can't like zoom in on this. I guess I could play with the DPI settings. I'm just afraid that it'll screw up all the windows of my system. Yeah, let me look at all of this. Okay. Okay, systems do take the majority of the time. And which one is this? This was processing network connections, apparently. Process event queue in a WebSocket. Processing incoming messages, processing incoming raft messages, receiving message. I think fundamentally it comes down to JSON encoding, decoding. Yeah. Serialization of raft messages, encoding to JSON, decoding from JSON. The Power Tools extension for ES has a presenter mode in it to increase all font sizes. We can look into that. Let's see. Tools, extensions, online, Power Tools. Which one? Productivity Power Tools? Too many things have Power Tools in the name. Don't know, actually. Yeah. Oh, find out later. I'm gonna try not to look at this stuff for too long. This stuff like this, like going into condition variables. This is in the Raft worker thread. Like, it shouldn't need to spend 7% of this time waiting for work. I think it's just waking up too frequently and doing locks too frequently. write this timer for the web server. The fact that, like, I don't even know what. If I click that and look at the code, see where it's spending most of the time. Yeah, polling the current time. Like, we could be more smart about this. The timer could, like, see what's the next thing to time out, and then if Timekeeper had a method for just waiting until that time arrived, that would be nice. Productivity power tools, okay. Productivity. I can't spell today. Oh, seriously? I have to type it again? Alright. Hey there, Amy. Wowee. Look who's here. Once you've installed this extension, all you have to do is hit Control Q to place the cursor in the quick launch input and type the word present or present. Okay, let's try it. Okay, that was interesting. Changes will be scheduled. Modifications will begin when all Visual Studio windows are closed. Alright, I guess I gotta close everything. Let's save this session as, and I don't like how it doesn't remember where I last saved things. Projects, and I have a OR diag. I wanted to put it there. Save. Alright, closing. You're gonna update now, right? Yay, update. Oh, it wasn't that you mentioned there were delays. I was looking at the CPU usage on the AWS EC2 console, and it's approaching 10%. 10% is that magical threshold above which I start burning CPU credits, and then the game gets throttled. So it's reaching the limits of what I can do without optimizing things. Whoa, that's a lot of junk. All right, fine. I don't even. Should we make this a terms of use EULA reading stream? Microsoft pre-release software license terms. Wait a minute. I have statutory. What is this? Guarantees under the Australian consumer law. Nothing in these terms is intended to affect those rights. $5. I can get $5 from Microsoft. Is this something that they can enforce legally? That I can't get anything from them? Indirect or incidental? I don't know. Fine. EULA reading stream progress, exactly. No, I'm not as good as Leftjus. Oh, what is this? Waiting for the following process to shut down before continuing. Visual Studio Debug Console. Oh, this thing? There you go. Is there another one lying around that I'm not seeing? No, that was it. Audiobook consisting of readings of various EULAs and licenses. So that's what I should expect to see. Oh, nice. So present on just fonts for code presentations. Okay. All right. How long is this going to take? Oh, we're done. It's always when I start wondering how long something's going to take that it actually is done. And this, you're not taking up all your space. There you go. Fix you. All right, so you're saying I hit Control Q. Control Q did nothing. Control Q again. Not doing anything. Do I have to have something open first, though? Maybe. Control Q. Oh, it's up there. I see. It's way up there. Or show you guys. It's up It's up there, way at the top. I have to type in what? Present. Aha. On. Oh, it's somewhat bigger. How do I make it even bigger, though? I would just leave this on all the time. I don't like the tiny fonts anymore. Open recent. Does it know the recent? Yes. Let's see how this looks. And can I increase it even bigger? Uh-oh. Not responding. Not responding is bad. Oh, no, it came back. That's somewhat easier to read. Is that big enough? Or should I dive into the settings more to see? Just this time increase helps a lot. Well, if I wanted to make it even bigger, what would I do? Control Q again? Allows editing of presenter mode fonts. Yeah, let's do that. Ah, here we go. Let's make it bigger. Let's make it 16. And how do I make it apply? I probably have to turn it off and on again, right? Off. On. Oh, that's nice. There we go. I like it. To turn it off and on again. Okay, cool. Now everyone else can read it. Well, you probably don't need this output window, right? Or, well... yeah, let's close all these things. Cool. All right. Interesting. I can't make that any taller. Huh? Can't make that. I can't make this any taller. Nice. It's like I don't need to ever be taller than that. And I don't think that is actually a useful bar anyway. I just really want. This is the only one I really care about. Don't need any of that. Make this a little bit bigger. And we'll slide the whole thing over here. Right, so the coordinator's worker thread. And in the systems, we can actually see the breakdown of CPU across systems. So the rendering system is the biggest user. Then NPC movement and destruction and the movement system, and then tile set, trigger, and NPC spawning is last. So yeah, and then within the rendering systems, detecting new cameras takes a long. Okay, this shouldn't take a lot of time. So that makes me think that there's an easy improvement opportunity here. Okay, what is this one? Whoa, I'm not sure what that is. What is that tree? Is this with standard collection? I think this is duplicating a map. Let's actually go to this and see it. So that's here. Oh, here we go. So just making a copy of all the cameras is taking a long time. Oh, this is copying all of the camera's information, including all of the cache stuff. I don't need that. All I really needed to know was the keys for that structure to know what to remove. So there we go. There's an easy opportunity. Yeah, like this 3% of our time spending here, that shouldn't be true. Okay, so that's the first opportunity for improvement. So let's do that first. Need Visual Studio 2019 to get a half-inch more space. Okay, so I'm really looking for those easy opportunities. Like, this is an easy opportunity to fix. I know what to do there. Cameras it's easier to show in VS Code. Cameras is a class that has some maps in it that I don't care about in this function. I only really care about the keys to that map, so I can just use a set. Okay, where is this? Not the coordinator. ECS rendering. 253 here. Yeah, so this is now a class. Well, it's a map to from this, which is basically 2 integers, to this, which is a structure that has these maps in it now that I'm using to speed up the rendering system. It would be even slower if I didn't have these caches. The problem is that copying these is expensive, so we want to avoid that. So I don't need to do this. I can just make this a set of these. So set of these is the cameras to remove, and it just needs to be preceded with the keys of that, and this probably needs that in front. It would be cool if there was something like dot keys, but I don't think there is. So the next best thing will be to iterate all the cameras, or const auto camera and cameras. Cameras remove, insert camera first. Void that. Okay. And then when we get down to here, that still works. And it's just camera. There we go. Done. We tried moving my taskbar to the side to get an extra ½ inch of space here. We were talking about, what is it? This thing up here. Because I increased the font size, it insists on having an overflow there. Like, I can't... There's a maximum amount of size I can drag down, and it's just silly, because some developer probably thought, oh, I'll just hard code the amount of space this window needs vertically, and make that the max size for the window. And they didn't realize someone would increase the font size, and now make it so it overflows. So we can't see the whole chart at once now. You have a 1610 screen, so you don't need to? 1610... What is 1610 again? Is that 12... Is that 920 by 1080? Or 1920 by 1080? I forget the ratios. Anyway, I think mine's at 20. Oh, right, 16:9 versus 16:10. Yeah, I have an ultra wide. What is that? That's like 22:9 or 21:9. But I'm only using 1920 by 1080 out of that. All right, I guess we're gonna run again. So build it. And I had a script here called update release Visual Studio. And then we run this again. Start. Should get a window. Here's the window. And then start the rest of the cluster. Ten is a leader. Great. All right, so same kind of deal. Let's move around a little bit. And pick up some swords. Let's just get one sword, because I might exhaust all the sword supply. Kill some NPCs. Play around with the teleporter a little bit. It's nice and responsive when it's running locally in release mode. What else? Try to step on an NPC, doesn't work because I'm not unarmed. It's probably good enough, right? Control C that. Let's look at the diagnostics now. What am I talking about? I am looking for easy performance improvements for the servers, because I haven't done any performance measurements and quick fixes for performance, and the game server in production right now, it's approaching the limit. This being the game world. So we have, whenever people are logged in and doing stuff, it approaches the performance limit at which it's going to start burning CPU credits. So I want to kind of try to keep the performance of the game under the, what they call baseline, which is for the T2 micro instance, it's 10% of the CPU. So it's Optimization Wednesday right now. Optimization Monday, is that a thing? So yeah, I'm running my game in release build with debug info in Visual Studio's performance analyzer, which tells you roughly like a rough measure of where the CPU is spending its time in your program. It gives you a nice breakdown here, and I can see like, are there any functions that are taking up more time than I think that they should? Oh, it's not running the correct build. Oh, I have to, that's right. This thing here stages it, so I need to do that and then run it. So, one more time. Gotta run it again. Yeah, because it's running the staged version, which doesn't get staged until I run the serve command. There we go. Save this in my notes for faster map. I might either use one of those, like Shake Soda and you, Bugfan, have recommended those. But I also might use make a custom data structure for the maps that I want to have. Custom data structures always win because you can customize it for what you're trying to do, right? In the long run, at least, if you spend time on it. All right, this is running, I hope. I hope it's the leader again. Yes, okay, so one more exercise of NPC slaughter. Just a test, just so like the systems do some work. He's just a boy. There we go. Yeah, we'll play with teleporters to stress the rendering system out a little bit. Every time I do that, it's like giving me a bigger message. Yeah, so I hope I know my data and that I can make a tailored structure. So what you're suggesting, also what Shake Soda has told me, that would be maybe a nice compromise to start with. And if it's good enough, I would just stop. And if I really needed to squeeze out the most performance, I'd probably have to make my own custom thing. I could start with one of those and then customize it, probably, as long as the license allows. Yeah, and then also adjust the code to match the access patterns. That's important as well. Part of me is curious why it's sending level 0, why it's printing level 0 diagnostic messages. Because I thought I'd turn that off. Anyway. Oh, while I'm at it here, let me take the opportunity to fix the configuration file. Because I think the way I've been hacking it, it doesn't always work. Like, it doesn't accept it. But if I edit it here and then save it back, it should. Oh no, that looks correct. Interesting. I guess it got updated. So it's the snapshot intervals at 10,000 again. Just to make sure, let me, if I drag it back, it should reset the configuration file. Configuration changed. There we go. And then we're done with that. Okay. Should be pretty easy to try another map once you identify a map bottleneck. Yeah. All right, let's look at these numbers. So, Epic Unknown, you think I should have like a day a week dedicated to optimization stuff? That might not be a bad idea. Why is this not working anymore? Like, it's not giving me the symbols. Did I not run the updater correctly? Build it. Oh, did I type it and not run it? I'm stupid. Now it's updated. Now let me stage it once. And now let me run it here. I won't do a long test. I just want to make sure that I fix the bug in my process here. Serve it. We'll just let it form the cluster. And then quit it. Now let me see. I want the symbols to show up. Otherwise it's useless. Okay, now it's showing up. Cool. So let's dump that and try again. Run. You think that would be awesome? Like once a week, just spend a day doing optimization stuff? I probably need to, you know? because I'll keep adding stuff and it'll keep raising the ceiling on the CPU usage, and then I'll need another day to knock it back down, right? Okay. Gotta do my duty here and go pick up a sword. Get the sword. So I got some feedback between streams that reminding me that I need to customize the key maps. I think that was Kenkamatics or Liquidor. I can't remember which. So I want to do that. All the item system, all the NPC stuff is still prototype stuff. So all the feedback I get out of like these experiments, these prototypes, will help me decide on what to do for the real game systems. That's probably good enough, right? All right, so let's see how that looked. Okay, close this, open that, call tree, reduce that. So we're always going to have 100%, right? So it's all about the top offenders, and I can look to see if we did any impact. I'd have to look at the rendering system again, right? If it's spending too much time detecting new cameras. So that detect new cameras got knocked way down to 0.56. So now the top one is update old camera views. That is when things move around on screen. Okay, and most of that time, the other thing I got to be careful of is if I whittle it down, if I see something's on the top of the list locally, but it's under like 1%, then fixing it's only going to give me 1% performance improvement. So what I really like to look for is if I can quickly see one that's like shouldn't take up a lot of time and it is a big chunk, like over 1%, right? If I whittle this down, so like if I can get rid of encoding into JSON in the ECS feedback, that could save me up to 4% of the CPU time I spend now. So yeah, if I just move to a binary format for just this message, that might be a good thing. I have to have binary support all the way through this feedback makes its way through the cluster. Every step of the way needs to support binary messages first for that. So that's probably the coding work I do today will be starting to work on that. All right. Yeah, so stuff like this, if it's under 1%, it's not worth it, right? Unless there's nothing over 1%. And then the performance optimization becomes more difficult because instead of like finding one or two bottlenecks, it's more like there's 100 things that you individually have to squeeze more performance out of, right? Unless they all are calling the same thing and that one thing is slow. Which might be the case with this ECS feedback. You see this guy? 0.6%, but most of that is in the same function that this bigger offender was also calling. Hold on a second. Someone printed something and I needed to give it to them. All right. Yeah, so this ECS feedback is definitely... Let me make a list of offenders. And for some reason, my OneNote is closed. So, what performance suspects? And this one is coordinator impl on ECS feedback. There we go. And which is calling JSON value to encoding. And let's look at the movement system. Again, ECS feedback, number 1. Again, yeah. So it's all of these in the feedback to make changes to the game, right? Here's another one that I was worried that might be a problem. This get entity component of type makes copies, and so I'm thinking about I might need to use the visitor pattern to iterate them without making copies. Because, yeah, a lot of time gets spent in the constructor for a JSON value. There should be a Raimu STFU emote. I don't say STFU enough for that, do I? I feel like I'm missing some context. I'm sorry. Yeah, again, copying things. Where does that actually get copied? Let's see. Yeah, get component. See that 34 there? That means the when it's running, the way the performance measurement stuff works is like every millisecond, the tool will, for a very brief moment of time, stop the program, look at what each thread is doing, like and on every stack trace for every thread, it'll increment a counter for every level of the stack trace. So this basically says, out of all the times that it stopped the program, 34 of the times it was sitting here or inside of something that, like, this is calling, like this function, either on this line or in somewhere in the call stack of this function call, 34 times, right? And that's 1% of the time, which meant that it stopped the program 3,400 times while we were running that run. Could be an old dog GIF intermezzo with the dog start. Oh, with the with this thing, with that thing. Why don't we just use the wowee? That's close enough, right? And yeah, so four is a too low a sample. You can start to see the sampling precision is maybe a little bit too low. Or like if I wanted to see how many times these other lines were taking the CPU, I'd have to run the program longer to collect enough samples to at least hit them once, right? So if there's no number at all here, it meant that these lines are either were optimized away or it just never was on that line when the performance thing took a snapshot. So yeah, it's all in get components of type there. Actually, that's this line. What's that line? Oh, I wonder if that is making a copy of that. So the time is split between those two. That's 34 samples. Yeah, so these add up to 33. Close enough, right? All right. What happened here? It got put to 0? Oh, that's self CPU total. So this is amount of time in that function and deeper in the call stack. This is how many samples actually were in that function. That's what that means. What kind of front end are you doing in React? I have a nice summary there on my notebook, and you can log in here. The game's live right now. I'm off. I'm looking at a local build, but the live system is running. I think Nui is logged into it. The front end is using React for this user interface stuff, and Phaser.js for the canvas, and the back end is in C++. And the communication between the front end web browser based client and the back end C++ servers is WebSockets, and the messages over the WebSockets is JSON format. So if you have any questions specifically about that, let me know. Today I'm working on performance improvements. Yeah. So I'm looking at where, in the back end, where most of the time is spent, because the game is reaching the performance limit for AWS T2 micro instance. And I plan to do more with the game, and I don't want to have to spend more money. So optimization is the key to spending less money on infrastructure. So if I want to improve the systems, the biggest thing is going to be this ECS feedback, it looks like. And the second biggest thing will be the this get components of type, making that not copy things as much. So what else? I guess we'll look at the next lower down guy. Right, this is the network processing stack. Let's see where it spends most of its time in here. 12%, processing the event queue of a WebSocket. Right, receiving messages from Raft, which involves going really deep into this. I think it's going to be just JSON again. Oh, interesting. How is this setting entity component on commit? Can I see where this is? Oh, it's in the executor. Okay. So when the executor, this is the executor actually making changes to the game. Can I see? That just goes to the source, but can I see call or callee? Okay, so it always comes from journal commit. Okay, well that's actually not so bad. Take it back. Back. Oops. I don't need this open anymore. All right. Yes. So this is the leader of the cluster deciding it. So it's actually not too bad. Only only a little bit more than 1% of the time is done actually making change to the game. So before that, I bet the rest of it is just parsing stuff. It would not be here. So go up a few levels. The standard map. I haven't seen very many standard map. Like it's not in standard map a whole lot. It's what I end up doing with the maps. Like, do you see this? It's only 0.03%. That's not the bottleneck, right? The bottleneck is in here where I do the JSON encoding. I mean, of course, the JSON encoding, if you break that down, sure. There's a lot of recursion. Ultimately, it's dealing with standard types, but you can't blame, like, I can't blame string. It's the fact that we're using string so damn much, you know, and recursively building these recursive JSON structures. If it was all binary, it would be like really fast. Ref message. Yeah, from encoding. So reading a message, copying a message. Oh, my light just went out. Hold on a sec. I gotta fix my light. My light bulb got unplugged. Kind of like a loose electrical connection. I gotta fix one of these days. Okay. I'm looking for easier targets right now. This one maybe. Like, why are we spending almost 8% of our time just waiting? Just waiting around. I'm gonna guess that it has to do with this RPC timeout is so short that we're spending a lot of time entering and leaving this mutex. Because I can kind of see that here with, where was it? I was looking at this before. Well, it's a 1% alone just locking right there, right? And then, actually, if I click on this and do call or callee, right? So there are three main places. These are the top three things that lock the mutex a lot. The executor's worker thread, And this is the one we were just looking at, I think. Yeah, so of that, what is that? Roughly 3/4 is spent in the actual wait, and 1/4 is with the messing around with the lock, or what? This is external code to be like it didn't know where it was. It was somewhere deep where it didn't have call stack information. Okay, so how would I improve that? I should just see where this gets called and like what. These are fundamentally why it would wake up. The worker thread was asked to stop. We were told to run one loop, or there was something in the event queue. But there's some other side effect that is related to RPC timeout that I don't remember why I had that in there. It might be down here. Wait for work. Then go into the body, so that's up here. Okay, it might be this. If the heartbeat interval time has elapsed, then queue heartbeats. Start an election if the election. So the concepts of the election timer and the heartbeat timer are not in this wait. If they were, then we could just calculate the amount of, like, the first thing that will expire and wait that long and not wait like such a short amount of time. Where's the, queue retransmissions. I think that's the, I can't control click to visit that, can I? I gotta actually go to the code. That's in Raft. Source, server impl. Queue retransmissions. Yeah, so this looks at some kind of RPC timeout. So to have this not take so much time waiting for, basically we have to make this even more complicated and then compute this timeout a lot more sophisticated way. So maybe that sounds hard right now. Let me do it later. Not easy enough. Let's look at something else. The worker thread for the outgoing HTTP connections. External code. Why? He's scrolling these. Okay, again, it's a wait thing. It's a similar thing. There's a polling period. So we're polling too frequently. It's what's happening. And then making copies of transactions just so that we can do what? What is this for? Oh, so that we can look at it while we're not holding the mutex. So that might be a more intelligent way to do that. I can't think of it right now. Ah. Come on, drag it. It insists on popping back up. Come on, user interface. Okay, so that's not an easy thing. This is probably the same thing. This is the server-side timers. Executor worker thread. What's it doing? Is it again a polling thing? Yep. So I'm spending a lot of time polling. Then from lots and lots of locking? Yeah. It's this polling with the lock that's the problem. Implementing work queues and worker threads that would be tied together through a concurrent data. Yeah, probably. Yeah, so what I would do instead of having them poll and lock and all that, is to, like you're saying, whenever something needs to get done, it just gets pushed into a queue and wakes up some worker. And I can use a lockless data structure with that. Yeah. So all of the things I've just been looking, I hate that. It keeps popping me back up. The executive worker thread, the web server, the web client, and even in the Raft server worker thread, if I just if I put a mechanism in place for work queues and use that instead of those workers, then that will probably hit all those at the same time, right? TLS worker, so this is what? This is the initial handshake, really? I guess TLS is a bit expensive. This is accepting connections, secure connections with the client. Why is it sending a long time doing this? Doing RSA encryption. I guess RSA encryption is not simple. I think if I ran the game longer and left the connection open, this would be, what's the word, amortized? It would be lower. This is probably, again, lock, right? Worker lock. Yep, it's the same thing. So this one was using a future instead of a lock, but it's still significant. It's 1 point. Oh, this is really annoying me. If I drag too far down and release, it pops. Yeah, we don't know. There's no source code available for that waiting on a future. Anyway. This is the main program. 18% of the time is just, yeah, this is reading the initial snapshot, I'm pretty sure. Starting the journal, reading from a so just reading the file took 5% of the time. And then parsing the JSON again. This is only at startup though, so it's maybe not the most important. The most important to me is like steady as the game is running, stuff that happens. So I guess I should either work on getting rid of locks in my worker threads or the ECS feedback, which leads into the Raft stuff. This is easier for me. I think I'll do that first. Okay, so I think we're done with this. Let me save this session. Why can't I save this session? Oh, here we go. It almost remembered where to put it. Cool, we got 3 diagnostic sessions today. Close that. All right. Deep down in Raft, when we queue a message to be sent, we make one of these messages, right? Actually, no, this is too deep. This is a string. Well, okay. We can still use string even if it's binary, I think. So going up from here, queue. Let me track down this. Queue message to be sent. Serialize, right? This serialize thing, and Siri's gonna get triggered a lot today, I think. Serialize, Siri, serialize, is working with JSON. So that's the first thing I can do is just eliminate this JSON, right? The trick is that the append entries has an array in which we add log entries, which are convertible to JSONs through this, and where it doesn't encode. So if I moved it to binary, this would have to move with it. You could see an improvement in hundreds of %, like as in, yeah, probably. Oh, hey there, Siri. Yeah, whenever I start saying the word serialize or serialization, my phone gets triggered. Siri's like, are you talking to me? Yeah, so this encode, fundamentally to every command in the game, it expects to encode a JSON. So that's maybe the biggest impact. The biggest impact of going to a binary format is that I guess what I can do is I can have an alternative, and if it's supported, we could do that. And for those commands that only support JSON, we could encode it and then carry it as a string in our serialization format, right? So if I just wanted to change this architecture here, I would still have to have a serialized log, but I guess I would just turn it into strings for now and encode the strings in a binary buffer. So, oops, that was me misclicking. I was saying I promised people I would look into this, so might as well look into it a little bit now. Protobuf. Google Protocol buffers. Generate. So I have to use a tool. I have to generate source code. There's a compiler for it. Okay. I don't know. Part of me wants to use this because I don't have to spend so much time doing it myself. But then the other part of me is like, doing it myself would be fun. Overview. You specify how you want the information you're serializing to be structured by defining protocol buffer message types in proto files. Yeah, I wonder why they have these numbers. And where value types can be numbers. Oh, uniquely numbered fields. I get it. Thanks for the follow, S. Montana. So you can have required and optional fields. Yeah. I don't know. I think today I feel like just let me take a shot at making a custom binary thing for this. So where would I attack first? Ultimately, it needs a string. So if I can maybe hit this one so we're not encoding JSON and just build something binary here, that would be the first step, right? And then then the matching deserialize. Excuse me. This is this deserialize. Instead of doing from encoding, it would be parsing a binary format of some kind. So this code is really stable, so I feel better about changing just this. The type could be a single byte, right? The term is going to have to be a whole word because I don't know how high that number is going to get. Right now, what term are we on in the real game? We are on term 102. In the test, I'm on term 722. So 16 bits probably isn't enough, right? Do we want to just devote a whole 32 bits for the term number? Or I could use a variable length integer. I don't know. I kind of feel like using variable length integer stuff. I don't have to start from scratch because I wrote some of this code already. I just need to pull it in, I think. That's slow. You got massive optimization opportunities there. Well, I don't think the JSON code itself is stuff that can be optimized, really. What would be the most impactful? The state machine? I mean, I guess I could look into that. I just think that just all of the garbage about like the syntax and like converting strings to floating points and back. I mean, I'm using the standard library sprintf, and I think for the other way I'm using scanf. I just think it's not enough. I just think the idea of scanning strings and converting them, the decoding is just unnecessary. It's just wasted time. If this was just like already in floating point IEEE format, you wouldn't need all this code. You would just do a typecast from bytes to float, and then you'd be done. There's also a MSG pack, no special compiler needed. Well, you guys, these are all cool suggestions, but I think I do still feel like doing it myself. This is kind of like what I had already done. And I might have this as a bridge layer between JSON and my serialization format. So let me see if I can find the work that I did, and I'll show you. Where did I put it? A precursor to the game is here, and I had a serialization library. Where is that? If that's in, I should just put that in GitHub. There's nothing secret about this stuff. Yeah. Okay. Let me find it. And then let's pull it in and we'll take a look at it. Okay. Serialization git remote. My bit bucket. Do I have it in my GitHub though? Because it ought to just be there. The GitHub. Serial. No, I don't. I guess we'll just put it there. What's the easiest way of doing it? Just pushing it from here? Let me review this to make sure it's ready to go into GitHub. There's nothing secret. It doesn't have a license, so I need to add a license. It looks like the standard stuff I usually have. Yeah, okay. I guess we're making a new GitHub thing then. Too many windows. Did I close my own GitHub? I guess I did. Use AVX or SIMD to check if a string contains only ASCII and doesn't contain a quote character. If not, yeah, but wouldn't it be better to just shortcut the whole thing and just use something like message pack? Like message pack is kind of like my serialization library. It does the same thing. That instead of like parsing these and using tricks to speed that up, just binary encode it so that you just load a byte and then you almost literally jump to a different routine based on the value of that byte, right? Seems to me that would be crazy fast. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Part of this is I just have to go the way my gut instinct says, and right now it's that this is just going to be too slow. This is where I want to move to, something like that. New serialization. Create. And then git remote add GitHub. Failed to survive. Thank you for the sub. GG. Failed to survive. GG. You should check out Failed to Survive's channel. A great place to just hang out and chill and watch someone play some interesting Minecraft mods. Mod packs and all that. And to this day, I've never seen Failed to Survive actually die. Got annoyed with the loud ads? Got annoyed with the loud ads. Oh, for the subscription thing? Well, thank you anyway. Git at github.com Rhymo8354 serialization.git, right? Git push GitHub master. And then we'll pull it in from the other place. Git clone. Serialization. Oh, well, thank you for your support, Failed to Survive. I appreciate it. All right, I pulled in the repo. I need to add a license to it, though. Let's do that now. Let me just pull a license from one of my other open source things and paste it there. Sound good? MIT license, we'll update the copyright year, and we're good. And then, do I need to clean this up a little bit? Let's compare that with this. Okay, this one's missing a usage, but do I really care? Okay, this is a little bit more information, which is useful to have, so we'll update that. I guess this, yeah, this is more verbose. Prerequisites, dependencies. Okay, the system abstractions dependency is different now, right? Hey there, Rally Monkey, how are you doing? Busy chore day, huh? Yeah, today for me it's trying to optimize things. Okay, yeah, some of these readmes are just out of date. They don't list the dependencies correctly. I kind of feel bad about that. I need to go through and clean that up at some point. Okay, here we have the correct one. So pulling that, let's close this one. Here, updated, there. Yeah, I wanted to pull in, this is useful information to have down here. All right, I think that's good enough. Why did this have a git ignore? Thumbs DB. I guess I'll leave it. Okay, so the way that this worked, for example, a string is you could construct one from a string or get a string out of it, and it would serialize to any kind of file-like thing. But I also had a class that would implement this interface in terms of a buffer. I guess alt render is a shortcut for that. So string. Oh no, render is for debugging, to like show it as a string. So yeah, the parse would parse is the opposite of render, right? So deserialize would look at the it uses the unsigned integer. So deserialize was one of that, and that's the length, and then just reads that many bytes to fill in a string, a standard string. So the unsigned integer deserialize was you read 1 byte at a time and there's a more bit. And while that bit is set, you keep shifting in 7 more bits until you get one that doesn't have the more bits set, and then you're done. And that way it's like variable length. So if it's 127 or less, then it fits in 1 byte. If it's 65 or 32,767 or less, then it fits into 2 bytes, etc. Hey there, Liquidor. Yeah, performance improvement today. Looking into optimization as a general good practice. I'm running into a ceiling of sorts, Rally Monkey. So on Amazon Web Services, this runs as a T2 micro instance, and I'm talking about the backend servers, right? These are 3 different programs, and collectively they're approaching 10% CPU. Okay, see you, Liquidor. Approaching 10% CPU, and that's the point at which we start to burn CPU credits on AWS. If we burn them all down, then the game gets throttled, which would be which you'd start to see a real hit to the performance of the game. So I want to keep under that 10% ceiling. So I'm hitting the biggest offenders in the game, and we were looking at the numbers a little bit earlier. The top one right now is the locking mutexes and polling too much, but that one's a more difficult problem. And the second biggest offender is the turning everything into JSON values and back constantly. Build O3, ignore performance. That's what I already do, and it's not good enough. Thanks for the follow, Dekra. Yeah. And so yeah, I'm pulling in the serialization library because what I want to do is replace this. Where was it? It was in the message code. Did I not? I don't think I pinned it. That's the problem. This stuff. We're building a JSON object with parameters and then doing to encoding. This happens a lot in the game, and then the flip side is the deserialize. Happens a lot. So it's this from encoding and this to encoding that ends up being very expensive. So if I just make a binary format for these messages, then I don't have to do the JSON stuff. Hey there, Adam. How'd your stream go? You're ending kind of early. Hey, folks from Adam's stream. Have you seen my game? You can read about it there, or you can try it out here. And today I'm working on performance improvements because I'm reaching a performance ceiling that I sort of expected to run into sooner or later. And at the game, I made some trade-off decisions early on for ease of debugging all of the interaction between the client and the server. And I can't show it here. That's a bummer because it's offline. All the interaction between the client and the server and between the servers themselves is through JSON messages that are really easy to read and parse, but are very poor performance. So I'm looking at in the message passing between servers in the game cluster are all through JSON objects that are constantly being constructed and encoded and then decoded and then pulled apart. I'm replacing this core piece with some binary stuff to hopefully get a lot more performance out of the server to save, to not waste CPU. Thanks for the follows, by the way. 60 Vulcan. Yeah, so recent stuff we added to the game yesterday. There are now items in the game. So if you go off to the west here, there's what I call the armory. You can pick up these swords. These swords are necessary to defeat these test NPCs. This is all prototype stuff too. The game is so new that I don't have any story yet, and the game mechanics are really, really new. So I'm just testing things out. So this is a test item spawner, and these are test NPCs that don't have any intelligence. They just kind of randomly walk around. And if you log in as a player, you can go pick up the sword, test out picking up and dropping items, and then stepping on these NPCs uses up the swords and despawns the NPCs. And these things here are teleporters to go between different parts of the game world. And those are also new too. And yeah, you're seeing this game evolve live on stream. Today is an optimization day, so I'm not going to be adding any features to the game per se, but trying to knock down the CPU usage of it. Mernin, Krasner. Moonrun? Moin? Oh no, you had to bail? You can annihilate 98 other people, yeah. Oh yeah, Adam's a master player at lots of different games like Smash and Tetris 99, so don't feel bad, Rally Monkey. Toll loser, yes. Cool, yeah, I saw, Adam, you were getting a lot of feedback on Botland. I have a special command for you, by the way. You probably already seen it. Yeah, you are a, I don't know what you call that. An advanced player of many different games. Pro gamer? Would you consider yourself pro gamer level? Anyway, you guys let me know if you have any questions about the game. I have commands to cover various things. It's a very new game again, so don't expect a whole lot. But there are some things unique about it. Like you see here, there's some integration between the game and Twitch. So if people are like Nui, for example, helps out a lot with suggestions and catching me make mistakes, you get to earn points every time that happens. And for example, I can grant Adam a point for the host. Now Adam has 4 points. You can't do anything in the game yet with these points, but it's sort of like bragging rights for now. Eventually, I want to have things where you can redeem the points for in-game currency or items or unlock areas or something. So yeah, I'm evolving the game live on stream, and that's including all of the game dev as well as all of the back-end stuff, and today is a back-end optimization day. So I'm pulling in a new library that well, not a new library, I'm pulling in an existing library I had from before I was streaming that handled, it's pretty much my own version of what a viewer just pointed out to me. This library here, message spec. So instead of having JSON, we have something, we can still have structure, but much faster and easier for a machine to parse. Harder for a user to read. That's the trade-off. If I'm going to be debugging a lot, this is going to be painful to look at, and I might need tools to help me look at it like this. But if I use this, it's easy to read, but harder for the computer to process in the same amount of time. All right. I think I'm going to first try to make sure that I check. Yeah, I was working on making sure the README was up to date and the license was right. And then let me pull it into the build system at least. So that is in this master CMake list at the bottom. I have to add something that's pulled in not directly by the repo, but without configuration changes. Yeah, so here. Add subdirectory serialization. Build it. While that's happening, let me go check in these changes to the library. So update README and add license. Add license. Push that. Add the repo to my repo list. Did you profile a server to find the JSON serialization as a bottleneck? If so, what tool did you use? Yeah, I can show you that. I use Visual Studio. So I just set it up to run a release build with debug info, and I'll show you what I would do to run that. I can do it again. And a viewer helped me figure out how to make the font size bigger, by the way. That ended up being very useful, and that was this power commands for Visual Studio. And then once you have that set up, you do, what was it again? I already forget the term. It was Bugfound told me about it. Let me look at the chat again. Present. So you type present here, and then you'd have you can adjust the font size and turn it on. And I set it to 16 point, and it's nice and big now. But anyway, I use this tool, the Performance Profiler. After you set it up with the way you want it to run here, release with debug info and run it from my staging area with the correct arguments here to run a server 10 in the correct realm ID. Then you do a performance profiler. Make sure you turn on CPU usage and start. And it basically runs your code, and then whenever you're ready for it, you just stop it. So if I were to run the whole cluster, it would look like, hold on. I have to run the rest of the cluster with it. So there are 3 programs. So this started the other 2, and now they're all working in concert, and I can play the game here. Actually, let me show off the features I added. See how I step on those NPCs, nothing happens? Well, now I can pick up this sword, and I can use it up to 3 times. So that guy gets squished, he gets slain, and he gets slain, but then I lost my sword. And then I had teleporters in the game. This one's a hidden one. Step on it, and then this one's a visible one, and that goes back to where I was. Teleporters. Anyway, so stop the game server. This automatically... why did it get a... I don't want to do that now. Let's ignore it for now. It'll automatically determine... Oh, the program stopped. Let me collect the debug information. And it shows you this overall CPU usage chart. And what I find the most useful is to click on this and go to call tree. And then break down... you just look at the total CPU, right? So you break down the code. And eventually you get to, oh, this is my game systems, right? And then of my game systems, the rendering system takes the most. Overall, it takes 12% of my CPU, and the biggest chunk of that is the rendering system. So if I really want to dig into this, to see the top offenders, this on ECS feedback comes out a lot. That ends up doing the JSON encoding, right? So that was one performance bottleneck, is the JSON. That's how I discovered JSON encoding and decoding was taking up a lot. This instance of it by itself is not a whole lot, but it's used from a lot of different places, and it adds up. So, yeah, so this built-in tool of Visual Studio is really handy, and it's available in the free community edition too, which is also nice. I don't think it was always the case. I think it used to be that you had to buy one of the professional or enterprise versions of Visual Studio to get this. So yeah, this is another indicator of a bottleneck where I have messages that get received by the server, and the raft is the algorithm that I use to get messages exchanged between servers and have them coordinate. If I delve down enough, I'll see that it is part of it's actually, this is the part that actually commits changes to the game, so that's unrelated to raft by itself, but the message handling itself, again, the JSON encoding, right? So this is the one I was looking at when you guys came in, is we're spending at least 1% of our time just on that line alone. And it adds up over time. These messages are very frequent in the server. And so I'm looking for combinations of things that are significant and easy for me to change right now. I like to call those the low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit. So they're easy to fix and they're significant. And then knock those numbers down and see if I can get the performance down well enough, then I can move back to game dev and then not fully optimize everything, because you don't need to. And the more you optimize, the more difficult it becomes to optimize, because you're looking for harder and harder things that are using your CPU. Hey there, browsing. So yeah, Visual Studio. Built-in performance metrics. Pretty good. All right, this built, right? So I guess I'll try to use it. Because nothing. This added that, so let me check that in. Adding serialization to the project. Yes. Add serialization project to the solution. This was the first performance improvement I did for the day. This is a really easy one. I was copying a map that had a big cache, 2 different maps inside of this cameras object. There was no reason for me to hold it because all I needed was the keys. So I just made a set and copy the keys from the map over, and then just erase using the key and not the entry in the map. So that was a super easy performance improvement. Performance improvement. Remove unneeded waste of constantly copying camera states just to track which cameras are new. There we go. Thanks for the follow, Draclin. Rosubaka, how are you doing? You didn't get a wave? I'm sorry. Here. Have 2 waves. It's hard for me to remember to wave to everyone. What are the influences of the game idea? So that is in my notebook as well. This is all, if you go to game, go to the overview coding journey. So this is a screenshot of an old game called Ultima 4. And this game series I really enjoyed playing when I was a kid, and so I've always wanted to recreate my own version of that kind of game. So you can see a lot of similarity in the style between the two, right? So the world view, you're always centered, it's tiles, and there are panels for the user interface. I'm doing the same kind of thing. Oh, new player. Unmask. Players start out as masked in case they pick a name that is not appropriate. So that is appropriate, so we'll keep it. Oh, why thank you, Browsing. Yeah, I think Adam was talking about this yesterday. People ask us streamers, especially dev streamers, why people watch, and one of the top reasons is just to have background noise. And people like to find streams where it's a consistent sound if they like the voice, or if they're interested mildly or to one degree or another in the content, then that's what they come here for usually. He decided to do some urban exploration by skate today. He found the most useless biker's lane ever. Ignore me, I'm lying. What am I lying about? Oh, about the why people watch? Or I missed a contextual leap there, I think. All right, serialization. Picks. Now. Oh, from Raimi. Got it. We want to see this most useless bike lane ever. Huh. Well, that opens, right? So conceivably that's a driveway? Yeah, okay. Oh, this part. I see. Yeah, why this part? Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. I think it was someone's like need to have continuity. Like otherwise they might bike in the crosswalk. Yes? That's funny though. When you're going to book Richard Garriott as a guest on the stream, I guess if he ever was interested. Oh, okay. Yeah, Adam, I'm terrible with understanding jokes. I'm sorry. Yeah, it opens to the parking lot of the company, ends behind the van. Hey, Pollux, how are you doing? I'm working on trying to optimize some stuff right now. I'm gonna remove the JSON junk here and just use binary encoding. So I think what makes most sense is for this message to obey the interface here for serialized object. The only problem is that this is supposed to return a string as opposed to this one going to a file. Maybe for one step I'll just make it internally use an internal class for this. So let's just try it. Namespace, some kind of internal class that's going to use the serialization. Oh, and I need to include that in the CMake, don't I, for the dependencies. Serialization. I build that and I'll have access to the header files. No, Draclin, the mods here aren't the same, so BugPound is not a mod in Adam's channel. There's some overlap, though. And Adam, of course, is a mod. Adam should be a mod on every channel. Oh, you got modded on Adam's channel? Congratulations, Bugfound. You have a breakdown somewhere of what this is? I mean, this being what I'm doing? Yeah, so, notes would be probably the best one. It's all in OneNote, which recently added dark mode, which I'm so happy about. There's an overview here that talks about where I'm coming from, my coding journey, and what the heck this is, and then what is the game I'm making. And yeah, I have a plan for every day, and my plan today was to try to do some server performance improvements. And I'm jumping right into this one. Use a binary format for raft messages between servers. Hey there, Kenkomatics. All right. Include serialization, serialized object. So class, or does it need to be a class? Could this be a struct? Let's call it, what to call it? Raft, serialized raft message? A raft, or how about message serializer? Something like that. Public, serialization, serialized object. Yeah. Before I get too far, this thing working with a file, I'm gonna want to get my string file thing, and I don't remember where I put that. I might have put it in my system abstractions library, but I'm not sure. Oh, here we go. String file. Perfect. Something that obeys the file API, but you can get a string out of it. That's exactly what I want. So we're cool. I'm gonna want that here. So include system abstraction string file. Okay, have a great and awesome rest of your day, Adam. Dark mode will be popular and ubiquitous amongst, well, I think it's just nice for streaming. I don't get the bright white light on my face as much, and yeah, I just like it better for streaming. Okay. This had some required things in it, right? Yeah. Probably would be easiest to just steal from here. This stuff, right? Like that. Okay, so this, it's gonna have some properties. So I'm gonna be replacing this JSON with one of these guys, essentially. And then, I guess this message could just have one of these in it, right? So I guess this actually moves, does this move out, or do I need to hide some stuff here from message? I already have an enum for the type. I could reuse that. I just need to give it a fundamental type. uint 80. Probably good enough, right? Standard int. So this will assign them values like 0 and 1, 2, and etc., right? That's the structure. Right, this was to share it. Okay. So we'll be doing some copying. Maybe I don't want this class to begin with then. Yeah, okay, we're not going to use this class to begin with. It's just going to use things like string file, and it's going to use serialized integer, or unsigned integer, or both. Unsigned integer probably is better. No, integer. Yes. To remind myself about how this is implemented. The dark side is strong in this one. Okay, I think the first thing I want to do here is make a string file. Serialization, or just call it the buffer, that is initialized. Can I initialize it from a string? Forget. No. Oh, no, I can. Does that do a copy, though? It doesn't assign. If I want to be super efficient, I would have it just use memory directly, right? Did I support that? No. I can work on that later. Right now, I'll just do a copy of the string. Copying strings is not that expensive. Okay, and then get rid of that. So I do want to have version numbers. So I'm going to have define what the current version number is. So const expr uint8t. So I need, or will I have more than one version? I guess I'll make it int. Current serialization version 1. How will I grandfather in old serializations? I think if it starts with, it's an object, right? So if it starts with a bracket, I have to be very careful about that first byte. I'll make the first byte a 0 if it's in the new format. How about that? So if serialization length is greater than 0, and serialization dot or 0 equals 0, just 0, then that'll be a special marker that we're using the new format. Otherwise, it's the old, and I already lost the line I had before. Shoot, I should have just deleted it. How about if I just undo a bunch? Probably far enough. Grab that and then redo. Hacker speed. There we go. And then we'll slowly squeeze this from out so we don't have it anymore. All right, so if it's this new format, then we're going to get the size. I mean, not the size, the version number first, right? How did this work in the compound ones, like string? Oh, okay. Yeah, so we do something like this. Get the version from the buffer. And this is in a namespace, right? There's a specific reason I started doing performance stuff right now. It's because I'm reaching the baseline of Amazon Web Services EC2 T2 Micro, where I'm running the game server from. So just this amount of game stuff unoptimized. The only optimization is the compiler, like O3 or whatever, right? It's approaching the baseline performance. If it goes above that, I start to burn CPU credits, and if I run out of CPU credits, then the game slows down. So I don't want that to happen. So as I approach the limit, I'm going to be knocking down, increasing the performance, knocking down the CPU usage to stay under the baseline limit for T2 micro. If I can't, then maybe I need to upgrade to a higher a higher tier in AWS, but I don't want to have to do that. If I could squeeze out some performance, I'd rather do that first. Hey, they're not sure, of course. How are you doing? Hey. What did it not like about that? Really? Why did I do that? Huh. Anyway, can't deserialize. What do we do? We can't deserialize. I guess we just return. Because what happens if it's JSON and it doesn't work? It'll end up just falling out, right? Okay, good. So, yeah, so we'll basically say if the version is something we don't support, we have to bail. If version is greater than the current version, then we have to return. All right. Then, knowing that it's a compatible version, we can we know what order the fields will be in. So the first thing I'll want to get is the type. Type. Actually, I should have just copied all of this. And this needs, it's going to be assigned there. So this is type serialized, or serialized type. Or type, encoded type. Serialized type. Nice eyes. Low CPU. What's your thought? Not sure, of course. Not, of course, says, I'm in a dilemma. I've been investing my time on a friend recently so I can recruit him in your startup, currently guiding him to learn web dev. Been doing this for a couple weeks now. Whenever you check up on him, he seems to be busy with his friends hanging out. And also, it took a whole week to finish a module learning JavaScript. Okay, so say he's a slow learner, but you don't see the passion in to learn these things and invest his time on it. He did get an offer. What strikes me is when you say that when you check up on him, he's busy with his friends hanging out. So it sounds like there's a mismatch in expectations. You expect him to do a certain level of performance and he's not meeting those expectations. So my question to you would be, do you have the communication, do you have good communication with this friend, and do they know that they're not meeting your expectations? And do you know why? Is it that they're not really serious about it, or do they have a problem with it? That's what I would address first. Is find out why. Why are they not meeting your expectations? Because they are your friend. You want to keep them as a friend, but maybe you just don't understand what why, or maybe they don't understand your expectations. So sounds like a communication problem. If it turns out that there's some underlying issue, like they're just not motivated, or they're lazy, to the point where if they would be a poor performer, then you got to make that hard decision. Like, sorry, we can still be friends, but I need someone who's more committed. Yeah, does your friend know that you're thinking about recruiting him to your startup? I don't know if you want to tell them, but you have to find some way to let them know what your expectations are and let them know that they're not meeting them. I would be careful. You don't want to lose them as a friend. You kind of want to have, and this is tricky, right? When you're going to work with a friend, is you need to have some separation between the friendship and the work relationship. You can say it's not, I really can't work with you, but you're still an awesome friend. I think they'll understand that. Yeah, they need to. Oh, he does know the intent. So yeah, I think it's just a matter of you need to set the expectations. You both have to agree that they'll be met. If you can't agree to them, then he's just going to let you down. And I would just figure that out as early as you can. Yeah, it could be. You might ask him why is he not doing it. He might say, "Oh, well, I really don't like it," and you might be able to find something else he could do. I wouldn't tell him how you feel. I would try to figure out why he's behaving that way, because there might be some underlying reason, or maybe he just doesn't understand what you expect. Just try to get more information. I think there's got to be a reason why, whether it's conscious or unconscious, or a block of some kind, or a psychological problem. You figure out what it is, and then you got to decide how much you're willing to invest in overcoming or going around that problem, or if it's just a simple misunderstanding, maybe just clear it up. You just say, hey, I'd like you to get the web stuff done, and he might say, oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know you were expecting it this week, and then problem solved. Interrogation, yeah. Well, if you're already friends with them, you can approach it casually. Just say, hey, what's going on? I was hoping that you could take a look at this. Just wondering, will you be able to get to it this week? And if not, let me know. Tell him it's maybe important to you in some way. See how he responds, right? That's what I would do. That's my advice. Don't trust my advice, though. Get someone else's. Always better to get 2 or 3 opinions before you decide what you're going to do, though. You're going to have to mute me so you can get some work done? That's fine, Ramy. Bye, Ramy. Bye. Okay. Serialization. So we can trust that if these paths should never get hit. If they do, we just fall out and we drop the message, which is fine. But say we get this far, then we can just say the type equals reinterpret as message type the serialized type. I think that'll work because they're convertible. No, we have to convert to what does this support conversion to? Int. So we got to convert to int first. All right. And then we're going to have a similar pattern to this. And I'm going to keep the if-else's in there for now, but it could probably go to a table. I wonder if the compiler makes it into a table anyway. So we just do this. Actually, I can just do a switch, right? It's maybe a little bit better. Case this. And then case that. This has got to have a break, though. Hey there, Professor Elements. How are you doing? You just see copy paste of a huge block of code? Yeah, because I'm taking the old style and converting it to the new style. But I want to keep the old code in there because this is needed if a new server talks to an old server, right? It's got to do, during the transition of phasing this code out, it has to be there for backwards compatibility. And going forwards, I want the same functionality, but a different parsing. So I copied it, pasted it, and now I'm changing it all. So it's just a copy there temporarily. This is what I'm doing. I'm just changing the structure of this. So that eliminated the string parsing. I'll have to have a default that, I guess, falls through again. I don't expect it ever to happen. But you should always have a case for it. Return. Just bail and just ignore the message. Alright. Now within each of these, instead of parsing from there, we're going to, again, do a serialization. So let's do this little trick. Actually, I should have just done them on all of them. Let's do them all at the same time. And then all of these at the same time. Actually, I can just do the break, left arrow, there. This feels like they should have spaces between them. And let's put this all on the same line. Okay, there we go. All right. So this is the term, serialized term. And then it's just assign that. I think those are directly convertible because that is an int, right? What's this? Also an int. These are sizes. No, only this one is. Okay, so I can I reuse this? Can this deserialize works more than once? I guess it does. How do I feel about that? Reusing it. I think I'm okay with that. So int field. It's going to look a little crowded, but we'll do it this way. Blink, blink. And then this has, is this directly convertible? Because it goes to a size T. I feel more comfortable if I do this. All right. Is there any sort of coding standards in C++? There are different coding standards. I think Google has one. The GNU project has another one. I think they say use C, but yeah. C, C++, right? There are different standards out there. I've been developing my own over the years, and it's different from everyone else's. It's just something you get to do when you're a developer, right? You get to pick your own standard, especially if you work for yourself. A lot of these are very similar, aren't they? I wonder if I should take the opportunity and move term out of this union. They all have a term, right? Why do I have term in the structure? Request vote has a term. Details has a term. Yeah, they all have a term. So just take that out. What would be the impact of that? I'll do that later. I think that would have more impact. So move term out of each union piece in raft message. Hey there, Kobayashi Maru. How are you doing? Yeah, so for now it's going to be a little bit redundant. Blink, blink. Oops. Blink, blink. Request vote results. Vote granted is a Boolean, right? Let's introduce Boolean. Bool field. I can put it where it is here. Bool field deserialize, and that is this. Wouldn't it be easier to have a binary reader with methods like read byte, read int, read string, and then have a binary writer? Easier. Well, that's what deserialize is. It's like the reader. You mean like yeah, I mean that's what this integer is. Oh, you're saying instead of each different class have one class that can read many different types? It's just a different way of organizing it. This way I have different, I can look at just integer or just IP address alone. Your way, I would force me to at least combine them into one place, and then I'd have to split them out again. It's just an organizational thing. I don't think there's any much difference between them. This needs to be included, though, which is one cost of having them broken out that way. But that goes away. I was a little repetitive there, wasn't I? There. 1, 2, 3. That's a size, and that's a size. All right. Oh, and the term too. Oh, the term is an int. Okay, now the entries. Here's where it gets a little bit more complicated. I had one for vector, right? So I guess I deserialize. How does the vector work? Oh, they know their own types. I mean, how does deserialize work? Okay, what is this type? Serialized object. Oh, that's right. This could be any type, and you have to ask it what its type is. Oh no, it had to be one of these types. That's right. And I had to specialize. Do I want to just use the specialized one? No, these are, well, yeah, how does this work with, does it work with custom types? I don't remember if it does. I don't think it does. I think I remember having to make a special kind of array if I'd want an array to have more than these types in it. It's been a while since I wrote this code. So yeah, what does a deserialize do? Where is that? It has, yeah, an if else for the type, and it has a string. Oh, for unknown types. Oh no, for known types. If okay, so it could handle an unknown type. It just uses empty and skips it. Okay. I don't know if I want to use this. I can use it for now though. So that's it's just gonna be an array of strings. So serialized vector and serialized string. Spaghetti o'clock. Oh, have fun. Or I should say, bon appetit. Enjoy your spaghetti. Okay. Serialized vector. We go. A vector field. And then, well, can we use the same type? Nah, I'll just use the different type. This is to go to vector field dot get length. See if that does what I think it is. Yeah, so it's just a front for that. And then we get the object out. And what can we do with the object? If I wanted to know if it was a string. Oh, there's templates to convert things. Okay. Oh, those are the constructors. How do I get the thing out? Is it this one? Typecast object type implementation, and we get a null pointer out. Wait a minute, we always get a pointer out? Yeah, we get a shared pointer out. Is that because it holds on to it as a shared pointer? Yes, shared pointer. Okay. So then I would want to invoke that. I don't remember how I did this. Let me peek at some precursor work that used this. Take a peek. Shared data types. Dialog, maybe? Name leak? Yeah, my name leaks. My name leaks all over the place. That's okay. Wow. I needed to clean that one up for sure. That's not what I wanted though. I think this might have had it. Oh, just did the vector directly. Maybe I should just do that. That makes more sense to me. So I won't use vector or object or any of that stuff. At least not right now. Instead, I will have a serialize the number of them. And I'll just use string for the entry. Yeah, that indentation, yeah. Don't worry. It's gone now. You don't have to worry about it. So this is const auto num log entries. And I can actually reserve the memory in one swoop. So num log entries equals size t of the int field. And then that. So log dot reserve num log entries. Pushback string field. It's because it's not we need to say convert it to string first, and then it'll parse it as a JSON, right? No? What's this telling me? I thought log entry you could convert from string to a log entry. Did it have to be JSON? Let's go back. Down here, right? Here. Oh. So this is JSON value. And what does converting from JSON value do? Okay, so we do have to do from encoding at that point. So we'll improve this in a bit. Right now it'll just do a JSON from encoding. And I believe that is implicit, so I can just leave that. There we go. What's the best UI framework for React? Well, you mean as an editor? I would just use VS Code. Oh, you're saying Material or Bootstrap or Semantic? I don't know. I do React just without a framework. Well, unless you count Redux. So here I'll show you the React framework I have. So in the main index.js, I'm just pulling from React and React DOM. I'm not using any other kind of framework, but I do pull from Redux and the React Redux to link them together. So I have a provider with a store, and the store has my reducers and middleware, which is sort of, you can think of it as the state framework. So I pull in a state framework, but as far as UI framework, I don't use one. Semantic versioning is best versioning? I agree with that. Yeah, so I don't know about UI frameworks. I actually don't have much experience with them. I've just been doing them from scratch, which is probably why my UI needs some improvement, right? This is what you get if you just do the framework yourself, you're doing the CSS yourself. I bet I could make it look a little bit better if I used something like Bootstrap or Material or something like that. Still better than Adams. Kappa. Okay, almost done with this. Hopefully this gets a little bit faster. And then I need a Boolean. All right, and then the next is down here, int field. Link, blink. Size t, int. What is best in life? Crush your enemies, drive them before you, and hear the lamentation of the women. Isn't that right, Rally Monkey? I thought it was what's good in life. Is that how does the Conan's master say? Is it best or good? Because I must know this. Thanks for the follow. I don't know how to say your name though. Incision? Did I get that right? All right, string field. This is a lot of this is boilerplate. I wonder if I can just cut this down a bit. So this, I think, is expected to be a JSON value. So I can say JSON value from encoding. String field. There. Almost done. That, and then this is probably a size t. All right, so that's the deserialization. Serialization is going to be somewhat similar. We're always going to use, well, hold on. How will we know whether to do binary or not? Interesting problem. How do we know to be backwards compatible? Maybe I say that we don't, and we have. It's a forced upgrade. That means I can remove all this junk in front. Because there's no other way I can know if a server or if I should be using an old version or a new one, right? Unless there's some kind of exchange between servers before we send messages to know what the capabilities are. Do I really want to worry about all that? Nah, I'm not gonna worry about it. So I'm just gonna take the old code and drop the new code and drop the old code. There we go. Old code gone. No more JSON code for the outer layer. Thanks for the follow, Lazy Fish. So the same thing for this will be, we're going to make a buffer. I could cheat actually and look back at that other thing I had here. How did I do it? It was oh, if we had a version we wanted to serialize 2, we could have that. Yeah, so we're just serializing to a buffer. Okay. And there's no JSON. So the first thing we're going to do is convert the type. So that's the inverse of this. So we initialize it with serialize or with type. And we have to convert that to an int, right? Wait a second. Yeah, okay. We have to convert that to an int. Right, okay. Your research has confirmed that movie quote is indeed Conan. What is best in life? Okay, I'll revise my memory then. This is important, right, that I get these things right. So this is serialize, and I think that always... No, it can fail. It practically won't because it won't... It's going to a buffer, but we're still going to do... So what would we return in this case? I guess empty string, what we would return. Practically speaking, it'll never happen though. All right. Right, so we're just serializing the term, right? Int field. This supports assignment, right? Kinda. Through copy through a move construction. Yeah. I need to revise those old classes to obey the rule of 5. I think I can do it this way though. Well, I can initialize it with this. But then I have to reassign it. Actually, let's see what does it support this by through implicit conversion? It does. It's going to do move assignment, which, yeah, okay, cool. Nice. So then I just repeat that a few more times for these things. And remove these. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Oh, this has got to be a Boolean. The vote granted. Oh, and I have the wrong variable there, don't I? Oops. Fixed. This is vote granted. Append entries term. And then some of these. 3 of them. Oops. Leader commit, previous log term, and index. And that's append entries. Okay, and then I have to encode the number first. So this is log.size. And then we're going to use a serialized string. So string field. The string field equals log. Is that directly convertible? No. I need to help it along. I have to say, actually that is, I have to convert it to a JSON value first. Then I got to do to encoding. Then it's convertible. And then I can do serialize. String field serialize. Okay, moving along. Sorry about this being a bit tedious. Good thing is I should only need to do this once ever. Well, I'll have to come back and remove, the next level will be to not do this JSON encoding. But for that to work, I need this log entry class to support the same kind of binary serialization. Okay, I need the bool field up here for a success. And then the match index. All right, install snappy shot term. Index and term. And then the snapshot is a JSON value, so we're going to string serialize that. So that is snapshot.toEncoding. All right, results. Just 2 of them, right? Whoops. There we go. Phew. Okay, and then we don't need to do this. Except for here, I just need to return it. Nothing. Let's put that in there. Now every path returns something. No, wait a second. No, I need to return the buffer's contents at the end if we fall through. Right, so return buffer. It's convertible to string, right? Okay, let's try it out. Oh, warnings about type. Okay, so we gotta be nice about this. Those will never overflow, so we're fine. I could also use unsigned. I could also use the unsigned, serialized unsigned integer. Maybe that's maybe better. But the serialized integer should handle anything up to 63 bits. All right, so the moment of truth is trying to run the thing and see if it just totally crashes or if it works. So that's reserve. See if it totally crashes or not. I think it crashed. I think it's crashing. All right, so how would I debug this? Probably, well, I could try the unit test for Raft. No, good code never crash. It happens. Yeah, everything is based off of this, so these, yeah. These are all going to fail horribly, too. What if I just run one of them? Yeah, these tests are all garbage now. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to do this too. I'd have to like encode it and put it in here as a binary string of some kind. I guess I'll do that later. These should work though. Yeah, those work. So if I pick one of these tests maybe, like what does this do? Yeah, we can follow through the flow of this and find out what's going on. What's my hair doing today? My hair is being crazy today. Humidity's the same as it was. My hair is just not cooperating. I want to pick a simple one. Is that a simple one? Or is that a simple one? This is simple enough. Receiving first heartbeat. No, these are more complicated. Actually, no, this is a good one. Yeah, we'll do this one. So this is failing because it's not interpreting that message correctly. So let's debug this one. I'm gonna guess that it's in the receipt and decoding of the message. So what if I put a breakpoint on the deserialize and just step through that? Oh, did I not print the version number in there? Oh, that's what it is. At least one problem. Europe is acting weird. As in how hot it is? Why is that? Is that because of the Alps? There? The desert on the... That's weird. I don't understand European weather. Be glad I still have my hair? Yeah. 11 degrees. Okay, yeah, so the problem is I didn't serialize out the version number. Yeah, okay. Totally forgot to do it. Current serialization version serialized to the buffer. Buffer needs to go first. Return nothing if we couldn't. Try again. Okay, cool. So maybe that was it. So let's try these higher order tests. No, those are going to fail. Those are lower order ones. But these higher order ones should work, and that means the game should work. Cool. This is what I hope to do is strategically upgrade pieces that don't affect the higher or the lower layers too much, and then see how it affects the performance. Still not launching. What if I launched a server by itself? I go to stage. I launch a server myself. That would be Realm server host 10. There we go. What is it doing now? It just took a long time to start. It took 14 seconds to start. Why would it take so long? Huh. Oh, I don't think I had the right config file set up. Copy config to config release. Then copy config debug to config. Why would it take a long time to start? I'm gonna need to increase the wait time on startup for debug build. Actually, do I care about running the debug build? Maybe I just run the release build. So copy config. Back to config, and then run the reserve. Well, I'd have to build it. I should have just kept that open. Visual Studio. Build it. Oh, you had hail? Yeah. The weather's weird. 35C is really hot. I should just keep running this build, because if it works, I'm going to immediately want to instrument it anyway. If it doesn't work, I'll just use the unit test to figure out why. Guess while I'm waiting for that to build, I'm going to add notes here. Need to update all the Raft message unit tests, since due to format change. Oh, a lot of build changes. Fully adopt the metric system? I think in the scientific community, it's been adopted for a long time. It's the non-scientific community. It's going to take forever. And yeah, it's going to take a long time because I don't think the government is helping, right? It is metric in science, but not in, like, for example, the roads. The speed limits are all still in miles per hour, right? Yeah. But even in car, like, your car will tell you how many kilometers per hour. You just either have to hit a button or it's on your speedometer. Just it's a smaller number, right? So it's there. And it's not just because, well, it might be. It might be because we drive to Canada and we need to know kilometers, but then I guess Canada is helping us. Why is this building everything? I don't understand that. It's like I changed everything, but it shouldn't have had to build all this stuff. I don't get it. I didn't do a rebuild all. Okay, sure. Maybe just Visual Studio build system is sensitive to the CMake changing. Anyway, it's built. Let's try to run it. So it's update R VS and then serve. Now, the magic is if they actually elect a leader. No, it's not working. They're all timing out. Well, shoot. That's a bummer. Two football fields large. Yeah, I hate that too. Yeah, standard American unit of length is football field, or what is it? What's height in floors or something like? It's like 100 story. I like stories. 100-story building. How high is a story anyway? Okay, what to do about this? That it's broken, but not failing the unit tests here. Would I want to run this? I guess maybe. And where would it be? Maybe messaging. I think here I mocked the raft stuff out. So it's not going to help. Let's run them all. See if anything fails. I can turn up the diagnostics to see it, and I can turn on the extra reporting maybe. Although that's going to look really weird. Was that in this file that I did the... I don't think it is. You know, I wonder what it is if it's not being encapsulated properly. Where would I find this out? I have a feeling it's just something, some small thing I forgot to do. And it would be in how Raft connects to the server. So I actually had a Raft thing in here, didn't I? Okay. On Raft message, here it was. So we get the message. I could just put a quick diagnostic message in here to see it, right? And then there's a, that's if a message comes in for Raft. And then where it goes out would probably be if I found that. There it is. On send Raft message. So there's a serialized message, which Raft sets up for me. Okay, here we go. Where does this go? Oh, okay. Send message event. Queue message to be sent. Interesting. Sometimes it's serialized and sometimes it's not. Oh, because there are two of them. Duh. One calls the other one calls serialized and calls the other one. Okay. Well, I mean, it should work. I don't know why it's not. And it's hard. It'd be hard for me to get visibility into it, wouldn't it? It's just gonna look like garbage. Well, no. Let's put some diagnostics in on the server side here. Not here. Here. So let's put a diagnostic message here. Send formatted message, and we'll say sending Raft message. I can just say string. And just add to that. Well, no. Don't want to deal with junk. We'll call this serialized message C string. Okay, that's one part of it. The other part is on reception, which is back where we see Raft. On Raft message. Yeah, this one. Received REST message. There we go. No, I want this one. Hold on. Getting myself lost again. Let me put bookmarks down. There. And there. Old bookmarks. Receive, send. Yes, okay, so let's try this. Control-Shift-B to build. C string turns a C++ string into a C string, so a pointer to character. So it returns a pointer to a sequence of characters that ends in a null character. That's a C string. And then a C++ string is a class with methods. So they're somewhat convertible. With C_str gets you the C, gives you an address you can use as a C string, and it obeys all the rules. And the other way, you can use a constructor or assignment and other things. Update and then serve. And as soon as it times out, we should start seeing a flood of messages. I hope. There we go. Are they not just being being interpreted correctly? Oh. Well, no. It should have passed through the Unicode encoder and decoder correctly. Well, no, it's binary. Oh, shoot. It might be getting confused by the Unicode. So right now, since it's being carried over a text to JSON transport, it needs to be encoded. Just use base 64 for now. Yeah, so it's this transport layer. It's being corrupted, and so we'll need to encode and decode. Does this depend on base 64? I think it does. Yeah, okay. We just need to include base 64. And then here's where we receive it. So let's pull it out. Const auto encoded message is interpret as a string raft, and then I want to run base 64 decode, and that turns string to, there's a string to string overload, and there's what? I'm trying to press that button there, but it didn't do anything. There's two definitions: string to string, vector to string. I'll use the string to string version. That's encoded message, and that's message. Well, raft message. So that's the encoded raft message there. So decode it there, and I got to encode it down here. We wish you an enjoyable day, evening. Oh, you too. Thanks for stopping by, browsing. Okay, so I got to take the serialized message and encode it. So const auto encoded raft message. It's base 64 encode serialized message, and send that instead. I don't know why I built there. I really want to build here. and then run here. Did it actually work? It's just not printing it correctly? No, it's not working. Oh, I didn't stage it, that's why. Updater and then serve. Oh, there we go. I think it's working now. We got some serious messages exchanged there. Okay, so let me remove... Yeah, so it removed it. It fixed it. And you can see in there, there's the binary. There's the stuff I've converted to binary, and that's the stuff that hasn't yet been converted to binary. The actual game commands. So I think it's safe then to remove this diagnostics. Let me just keep it in there for now, but comment it out in case I need to see them later. Build. Update and serve. And then we're going to run the performance numbers again. See if that had any improvement there. Cool. All right. So to do this right, run it once and then performance analyzer start. And then once that's running, which it is, then start the rest of the cluster. So here's the one thing that we're running measurements on. Here's the rest. Here's the orchestrator. Hopefully this becomes the leader of the cluster. It does, because it's sending the heartbeats. Great. So we can play the game now. Play the game. Yay. Thanks for the follow. How do you say your name? Katad? Katad. Thank you. All right, so testing various things like picking up items here. There too, bud. Slaying some enemies here by stepping on them. And then one more will break this first sword. It's broken. Break the second sword by stepping on 3 more enemies. And then let's play around a little bit with the portal. I'm doing the same kinds of things I was doing in the last performance measurements. All right, that's probably good enough, right? So then stop the cluster. And then look at our performance numbers here. Marketing by someone who has no clue what they're talking about. If you're an experienced Java developer, there's a good chance you fall in love with Node.js, the multi-platform Java runtime environment. Node.js is JavaScript, isn't it? Oh, that's funny. So they've confused Java with JavaScript? That's okay. The typos are fine. All right, let's see what's the verdict in the performance stuff. I expect the raft numbers to be knocked way down, but I could be wrong. So our number one bottleneck is still the coordinator worker thread. Spending a lot of time in the systems. A lot less time in the, I probably need to have this side by side, right? Let me pull up the last one that I had. Thanks for the follow. Jacaboose. Is this the last one? I need to see the names. Open, please. I forgot where I was. Projects. So this is year, month, day, hour, second. So that's the last run. So here's the last run. Oh. Huh. Yeah, it doesn't save the symbols. Bummer. All right. I can't look at the last one and know what the symbols are because I lost the symbol table. Well, shoot. That means I'll have to, what? Get a screenshot of this between runs? Anyway, what I want to see is that the raft stuff doesn't show up as much. It wasn't so much here, right? It was the next one down. Yes, this. No. I think it was this, actually. It was in process server connections. No. It wasn't this at all, actually. One of these. Was it this one? That's wait for work. Process event queue. Oh yeah, here we go. Raft. Send message. Okay, cool. So I bet I could find it if I dug down in here that yeah, here's the base 64 encoding stuff. It's strange that the mangling is weird. Anyway. No, here's the base 64 encode. What is this then? Translating from a binary string? I mean from a C++ string to vector maybe? Anyway, so we're spending a % of time doing the base 64 encoding. Let's see the details here. What I really want to see is how much time are we doing in the serialization. So I need to look at the caller of this thing, right? Or where it's encoded. It's serialized beforehand. Where is that done? When we send? So it's not the process event queue at all. It would be one of these other threads, right? This one, maybe. Real? I mean, this stuff is probably okay. It's just that it was just funny that they did that mistake. I wonder if it was like the editor wanted to add more information, so they just did a search for that word and that this popped up in the search results, so they just added it. Something simple like that. Okay, here we go. Right. On receiving a RAF message, what are we doing? Actually, by this point, it would already have decoded it, right? Yeah, here we go. Here's the deserialize. Nice. So it got knocked down quite a bit, right? It's now less significant than the lock had. That's good. So this is much more significant. Yeah, so it's more levels of actually no, this is making changes to the game, right? This I expect to take some time. All right. Cool. So, if I wanted to knock out this level of encoding, this is done where? Uh, It's it's dominated by these other functions. I can't even see it. Hold on. Oh, it's at this level that we're doing it. Yeah. This one's more tricky because if it's between two servers, we can maybe use binary. I guess that it goes through a different route, right? This is for text. This other one was for binary, right? Or not here, but somewhere else. Maybe down here somewhere. Yeah, binary. So if we routed it through there, yeah. Okay. Not this drag the problem again. I can't drag too quickly or it pops. Ugh. Don't fight me. There we go. Can't look at that. Yeah, where are we actually sending? That's the that's when we append commands, right? So wouldn't that be in replication? I saw that a little bit ago. That was in this thread? Not that one. Not that. Where was it? Maybe it was this one. No, it's already serialized at that point. It's not the worker thread for the raft. It's one of these other ones. It would be the coordinator worker thread, right? Well, hold on, let me think about this. It might be, yeah, it might be distributed around. So if I look at this big one here on ECS feedback, right? No, not this one. Actually, that's what should have done it, right? It would have called replication. Maybe it's just not showing up because it's not taking a whole lot of time anymore. Yeah, let me look for append log entries back here. Here? No, it's a test. Aha. It's actually in a bunch of places. Anyway, this will end up going into the server implementation, which does the queue entries to be sent, which does the serialization at some point, right? Queue message to be sent. Yes, there. So can I wish I could find that here, queue message to be sent. I guess it's just not significant enough for it to show up on the list. But can I find it here? Ooh, maybe I can. I'd have to find it by name, though. And this is maybe hard to find. What? Can I just search for the name? I can't. Well, shoot. How am I going to find it? Somewhere in this list. Well, hold on. Can I get a breakdown if I do... to encoding? Where's to encoding? Here it is. View caller callee. Oh, here we go. Ref serialize. So it's 3. Okay, here we go. I found it. Yep, so it's dominated by the JSON, but it itself, its own CPU was not that much, right? Yeah, it's insignificant. So, no, it's here. Yeah, it's dominated by the JSON encoding, so that would be the next step. Thanks for the follow. Tia? All right. So yeah, it's only 3% of the overall CPU now. But I need to carry it. It has to be all binary in order to get rid of all the JSON encoding between servers. All right, let's save this for what it's worth. Even though I don't know how to preserve the symbols. Hey there, Liquidor. I'm looking for performance improvements. So, what I've been doing for the last couple hours is updating this code here in Raft. It used to do a lot of JSON stuff, and now it hardly does any JSON stuff. It's all binary using this serialization library I wrote a while ago. And I've pushed the JSON stuff down to a few places here. So log entries. There's 3 places. Log entries and snapshot. Yep. Actually, there should be 4. How come I'm not seeing 4? Oh, because snapshot is an implicit. Yeah. No, it's here, 2 encoding. So there are 4 places, 2 encodes and 2 decodes for JSON. One set is for the snapshot and one set is for log entries. I'm actually inclined to have 2 different snapshot formats, one that's readable and another one that's binary, and have the binary one, the one that's transmitted between servers. But the log entries one is the one I want to hit first. So this stuff, instead of it being strings, I'd like it to be what would I want it to be? Should just serialize directly to the file is what I'd like. Maybe that's what I do next. So it would be, instead of having a serialized string, I would just ask the log to serialize itself. The biggest bottleneck is in the is a difficult one to crack that I need to think about, which is a lot of threads that I have in the server constantly poll. So they'll wake up, grab a mutex, a lock, and then poll something, and then release a lock and go back to sleep. And that happens so frequently, there's a tremendous amount of overhead in the locking. So I need to do more planning, because I need to re-architect the background tasks to use a work queue, a lockless work queue, and not be polling. So that's a bit of work. The second biggest bottleneck is the JSON encoding and decoding. So all of the messages that go between the servers are constantly being encoded into JSON, transmitted, received, and then decoded from JSON. And I'm working on that today mostly. And this is the bottommost layer in the stack, so to speak. So serializing a Raft message. Raft is the algorithm for coordinating the servers in the cluster, so all traffic goes through this layer. And now it's mostly JSON free, it's just that the log entries are not. So I think that's what I'm going to do next. This log is a log entry which is convertible to and from JSON, so I think I'm going to change that now. I think what I'll do is remove this constructor, remove that operator, and then add, make it a serializable object. So that requires serialize, deserialize. There's render and parse. Do I really need those? I can have them just do no ops or something. And is equal, I don't remember why I had that. Why did I have is equal to? Oh, here. Right, to implement comparison in that wrapper. But I'm not going to use that, so that can be no op also. But Liquidor says, you're about to create a prototype for a GPS for the bot so it can do things outside the camera. Oh, you can do things outside of the camera. I see. GPS. So it can track where it is. I'll have to start making zones with just random teleporters. Screw the bot up. Where am I going here? I think I want to take the header file for one of these. Yeah, this area. We're going to make log entry serializable. this thing here. So let's include serialization serialized object and make sure raf depends on it. It does. Of course it does. And they make this something that has to implement serialization serialized object. And then put that down here. And then remove the construct from JSON and convert to JSON. That's gonna break a whole bunch of things. I hope it doesn't break too much. I need to implement these now in log entry. So remove the virtual, and then instead go one symbol over. This one's wrong. Put it there. Log entry : Then we're gonna get rid of the overrides. Replace that with that. Remove the default assignment. And then these will just say log entry. Turn false. Turn false. Actually, I'm not even gonna put anything. That's the minimum requirements. I'm not gonna use these. These are for this is for debugging. If I do debugging, I'll do that. And this is for when I put it into wrappers that deal with many different kinds of serializable objects. All right, so the serialize is going to be what comes from the encode, not the encode. This one here, right? So what used to be that is here changed from JSON into something else, and then the constructor is what becomes deserialize. Hey, Cthulhu? How do you skip lines when using multiple cursors? Well, Alt-click adds a cursor or removes it, right? And then one cool thing about the cursors is the control arrows work. So I can do that. I can do that. So to pick one more symbol or one less symbol. So there, some tricks you can do with multiple cursors and the control and shift keys with the arrows. Alt-clicking is adding cursors. You can go really bananas with it. The other thing is if you put the cursor somewhere and do Control Alt and then arrow down or up, it makes a wall of cursors. So if you say, well, I want all three of these lines to start with that, you can do Control Alt and then arrows to do that. All right, serialize. I think we're just storing. Oh, this filters down to command. Well, let's just do one layer at a time. So this layer, we'll still do encode, but then we'll stringify it and store the string. So I'll need to pull from message because I want to do the same thing. We'll have a current serialization version. And this stuff, right? We should have a check to make sure that if this is greater than what we currently know how to do, return false. Okay, we need string. Oh no, we don't need a buffer because we're serializing straight to that file. And I really only need string, right? String. Okay. String field. Oh wait, I need an integer for the version number. What am I doing? Integer. And I've already consumed these, so let's delete them. All right. Integer, and that's file. And we need to use the serialization version. Okay. String field, which will have the, oh, there's a term there too, don't I? But this is going to be the command get type. Let's turn this into int field. And then because we're going to just immediately follow it with the term. That is, that's an int. Okay, cool. To serialize the version, then the term, then the command. And then the, well, that's the type, and then the encoded command. To encoding. And then push it out. And that's, we don't actually return empty string, do we? This is return false. Fall through as we were successful. All right. Deserialization. It's the same boilerplate stuff where we get the version, and it has to be a version we support. And that becomes file. Can I just use int field? Yeah. Just reuse the thing, right? Let's get it out though. Version. There we go. And then we can do the term. And then we're gonna pull out string. 2 strings. So that is type as string. Well, yeah, let's just keep that. So that's just string field. And then we find a factory, and then we, so I'm going to want to also deserialize the command. So that is just that. Well. Oh, that took a JSON value? Right, so I have to do, let's just call it command. Oh, thanks for the follow. A1. It's JSON value from encoding, and then we can give it string field. Well, that different name, right? Encoded command. Take the encoded command. Cool. All right. My comparators got broken. Why is that? Oh, because I'm comparing JSON values. Oh, I can't do that anymore. Shoot. How do I know if they're the same or not? Yeah, I was using this shortcut of just... Oh, that is always serializing, so... Ooh, this sucks. How often do these get used? Do I really need to serialize them to see if they're the same? I think I do. Crazy weather outside right now. Hello, Isley. And hey there, Cthulhu. That was 6, or I think I said hi 9 minutes ago, but I forgot to wave. So there's the wave. Oh. Well, I don't think I said hi to Steve either. Hi, Steve. Need to take a quick break and stretch, I think. Actually, what would be the cost of just keeping the serialized form around? What am I looking for here? Actually, it's deserializing straight from a file, so it's hard to do this. Well, we can significantly shortcut it at least by saying, and this can just return not of this equals other, right? So here we can say if a term is not equal to other term, return false. Shortcut it, right? If the terms are the same, then we got to look at the commands and compare them. And these are not directly comparable. We can compare the types first, and then we'd have to encode them and compare them. Yep, that's what we got to do. Well, first of all, they might be null, right? Because it's a shared pointer. So if command is null pointer, and other command is not null pointer, return false, and then flip it around, right? So those are some just quick checks we can make. This is they're both not null. So then it would be if command get type is not equal to other command get type. False. If it gets down this far, it's going to be the last resort will be the same term, same kind of command. We have to encode them because that's the only thing we can do, and compare the encoding. All right. That builds, then we'll run this thing again. It doesn't build. All right. Got some problems. Oh yeah, these are ambiguous. Alt clicking and then type false. And then if we get down to here, it is true. Right? The message has got some problems. Why does message have problems? What did I touch here? Oh, yeah. This is all what this is for, because instead of doing that JSON value from encoding, I can do this now. Log push back log entry, and where log entry is raft log. Can I just say log entry? Yeah. If not log entry, deserialize from the buffer, return, and then do that. And then the serialization, that's old. We don't need a string field anymore. We just say if not log entry dot serialize to the buffer, return empty string. They're not strings anymore. Well, thank you. I don't think I'm that much of a wizard. All the work I'm doing today is to really fix design flaws in previous work, so. Uh-oh. All my unit tests are broken now. These ones depended on being able to Do what? To convert between JSON. Oh, shoot. To convert between JSON and log entries. We can't do that anymore. What am I going to do here then? What else broke? Is it just this file? Journal tests are all broken. Bummer. How much work will it be to fix this? Oh, shoot. Yeah, a lot of things are going to break with this. Huh, I don't remember doing that. You're a wizard, Harry. Oh, yeah. There's also the recap if you want to see the progress of the game in the month of May, and I'm going to be making one in a couple weeks for June. So that you don't have to watch all my VODs if you wanted to keep up or yeah, catch up or whatever. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. When we record them in the journal, I guess we will have to base 64 encode it unless I move the journal to a new format, which is binary only, which I guess I could do. For an intermediate step, I guess we're base 64 encoding the damn thing. Okay. You know what I could do? I could put back the JSON stuff as an intermediate step. So I can go to git lens, not this file though. Back to the log entry, git lens, this file. Get back the code I removed. This one, this set. Let's pin that, because I'm going to put it back here. Where did it go? After the default constructor, so right here. And then, anything else? That's the new stuff. All right, so CPP, git lens that. Okay, so these ones go up here. I guess I could just paste them on the right here, right? Yeah, that works. Okay, let's see if that temporarily gets me further. Okay, that's okay. What part is breaking now? What? It's supposed to tell me where it went wrong. I just couldn't link. It can't link for some reason. Invalid selection for ComDat. That's a tooling problem. I don't know what to do other than rebuild and then it builds fine. Okay, so what effect will this have? Where I changed the raft message, right? So this will use binary format when it's going across the wire, but it'll still store it in the journal as JSON. And the JSON's gonna be pure JSON, right? Because the only thing binary right now is the actual transport, the messages. But otherwise it should just work, right? I don't think I'm going to notice any large improvement in performance with this step. I could start looking into the design stuff I'd have to do for the mutex stuff. It's just going to take a while. I won't get it done today. Again, why building all these things that shouldn't meet? Oh, maybe those files are all touched by those headers. Even if they don't use those new features? While that's building, let me take a look. Okay, so close everything. Let me pick one worker thread. How about the raft one? So this is significant, right? Because its worker thread does a lot of waiting for work, which is, we found that it's very expensive to call that with this timeout. I think also this is hard to read and this gets really gross. So what if we simplified it so that it's just waiting on a queue, then all the things that could time out have to be like generated by a timer somewhere. But we could do that. I think the first step would be that the how this gets time is based off of a timekeeper. And right now the only thing you can do with the timekeeper is get the current time. But let's say it had a method called schedule timeout and it called you back. The callback could then queue something for the worker to do something like RPC timeout or heartbeat message or start election or something like that. Yeah, so I could do the groundwork for this by updating this timekeeper to support callbacks. Maybe that's what I'd do for the next half an hour. This build, okay, let's, I don't expect any performance improvement, but you never know. Updater serve to get it installed, and then launch this thing in the performance profiler, start. That starts up running. We get a nice window somewheres. There it is. Start the rest of the cluster. Hopefully this one becomes a leader. Yep, it's a leader already. And the game is running. So let's move around in the... Oh, how come I'm not connected to it though? Is it really connected? I think it's broken. It's broken. I can't connect to it. Why not? It's not catching up. I broke it somehow. It's sending out heartbeats. The raft messages still work, but how come the game's not running? Hey, they're playing with skizzers. You're back. How was the spaghetti? I hope no one touched your spaghetti. Yeah, this isn't able to communicate. Why not? Is it just not connecting? Network. It's just not able to connect. Why not? It's listening, isn't it? It's listening. Oh no, it's listening on the private port. Not. It hasn't opened public ports yet. I suppose I need to enable that debugging again then. Or I run the unit test maybe first. New headset is in. It arrived. Cool. All right. Raft. I'm guessing I broke Raft. Find Raft, please. You can do it. There we go. Yeah, everything's broken. Okay, what did I do to break everything? Well, that's complicated. Can I pick a... Can I find one that's... died easier. Okay, let's stop this. These will all... Oh, wait a minute. Is this it? The compare equals not working? Okay, let's see what's going on there. Why would it break there? Oh, they're both null. Ah, I see. Okay. If they're both null, so that's another check, actually. If they're both null... Can I combine this a little bit easier? Maybe? We'll just do it this way. If they're both null, they're equal. So return true. Otherwise... Actually, it's actually just return that directly. If it's null, then they're equal if the other one's null. Otherwise... what's going on here? Oh. Else if other command is equal to null, then return false, right? That is a lot cleaner. So if the left-hand side is null, the right-hand side is null, return true. If it's not, false. If the left-hand side is not null, but the right-hand side is, then they're not equal. Otherwise, they both can't be null, and we can do that. Got it. Beware of any food products that instead of a listing cheese as an ingredient, say cheese flavored. Why? What's wrong with the cheese flavor? Playing with Skizzer says, did you open source the Raft implementation? I did. That is in my GitHub under Raft. In or on? I would say in, like as in the receiving area. Your headset is in the receiving area. If you're talking about arrived. All right. Fix this, right? Yeah, okay. Run all these again. These ones are broken, but these ones should all work. No, something else is broken. All right, let's pick... Okay, this one has an exception. That's perfect. Let's see where the exception is. The exception is here. Oh, right, the command can be null. So what do I do if the command's null? I'll have to introduce a binary or something, right? A binary flag, if there's a command or not. Or maybe an empty string would be would represent null. I like the idea of an empty string being null. So we'll say command like that. And then if command is not null, do this. So when we deserialize, we'll say if encoded command empty. Well, hold on. It's type, right? If type as string empty, then command is null. Else do that. No code comments? Yeah, I try to avoid code comments. If the code becomes unreadable, I try to refactor it. That's what I aim for, but I'm not good enough yet. So, yeah, I'm working towards that. I'm working towards where the code functions are short enough or small enough and readable enough you don't need comments. So not putting comments in there is sort of helping spur me to make it readable. To the tests we go. Didn't work. Didn't work, but it didn't crash either. Okay. Interesting. What's going on here? That's complicated. I need a simple one to try to find out what's wrong. No, these are all complicated. I think it has to do with null entries, though. Because heartbeat is a null entry. I have an idea of what it might be. Refactor this comment can be until this comment. Refactor until this comment can be removed. Your comments are required regardless, as you cannot ensure the next developer or knowledge to view your code. Yeah, I know it's controversial. I'm also lazy. In the past, I would comment sections of the code, and then I would realize, well, the comment is really just my subconscious telling me I should break the function at that point and make a smaller function. Yes. Yeah, so what's going on here? This is a very complicated case. I want a simpler case. Easier to test. They all pass except for this complicated one. Starting an election during joint consensus or joint configuration. And the log is that the vote was never requested from the new server. I have no idea why. Shoot. That variable? You mean that the name of the test? Let me just look at this. So this says if we have 4 servers and then we add a 5th one, in terms of receiving this from a mock leader. Thanks for the follow, Router Bomber. Good evening, develop it. Good evening. Wait for a election timeout, and it should... Right, it should ask server 11 for one, so what's going on here? Maybe it never... Let's see if it... Maybe it never sent a message, so we'll debug and see did it send any messages. It sent 3 messages to 5, 6, and 7. Okay, so it did send some messages. What are the messages? Request vote. So what does that mean? It never received this? So this is maybe not working? What type is this? Append entries. So what if I put breakpoint there and go back to that test we were in? Okay. That test we were in. Pin that so I don't lose it again, and then debug. Append entries, okay. Step in. I just realized this is going to break too. Oh well. Fix that later. Is that right? Term 6? Term 6. Okay. All this stuff is normal. Revert to follower. Hold on. Entries is empty? Is that the bug? The entry shouldn't have been empty. That is maybe the problem. What's the call stack look like here? Entries is not empty. Okay, so maybe the way it's serialized, it didn't include the entries. Because this deserializes it, and we see the log is 0. Okay, so it's for the entries, and it's either serialized or deserialized. Okay. And it's in message. So this is broken somehow. So I guess I'll put breakpoints on both of them. So that's the serialize, right? Where's the deserialize? Here. So restart. Okay. That seemed to have worked. What was the int field before? 1. So go. And then it should deserialize it. So num entries is 1. Wait a minute. Is that the bug? I think that's the bug. That's old code. Right. Hold on. There and there. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's the bug. Old dead code. It expected a string there and there wasn't one. That's what I want. Okay, cool. Found it. Thank you, unit tests. All right. So back to all of these working, I hope. Nope, that one's still broken. Ah, more work. What's going on here? Rollback. See ya, Joe Omega. Liquidor said, can you just write a parameter like that? It looks like a variable to you without the quotes, or is it defined elsewhere? We were looking at this, right? Can you just write a parameter like that? Which thing specifically? So it could have been the name of the test. Oh, yeah, because that is a macro from Google Test that expands, it uses that name, goes to another macro. Ultimately, it defines a class using the name you gave it, right? So this expands to be a full-on class definition. And yeah, so that this part becomes a class, and this part becomes, well, these are used to build the name of a class we don't really see because it's hidden by the framework. It thinks it's not a voting member. So we are removing server 2. I want a simpler one. Maybe one of these other ones is simpler. This might be a simpler one. This fails early on. Expecting there to be 2 entries and there's only 1. Correct match index independent entries results based on a snapshot. Okay, so let's go into receipt, I guess. What's this new entry? Oh, I wonder if it's because it's empty. So again, the empty command thing. So it's probably here again that we have a problem. Yes, I do have a profile on GitHub. So all the code we're looking at here is in GitHub, although I haven't checked this in yet. This is the Raft implementation, which is a consensus algorithm. Working on performance improvement. So I'm doing binary serialization of messages for server consensus right now. Yeah, the tests, these tests should pass, and they don't care about how things are serialized, but now that they're breaking, I'm thinking it's just bugs in the serialization changes I just made. Although I'm just not seeing them today. Okay, let's just follow them. Serialize and deserialize. For this test, go. And what are we serializing today? What's this? Term 8 with no command, okay. Term is 8. Command is empty string. Skip, go. And then deserialize. It's versions, wait a minute, why is it version 0? Oh, that's a problem. I'm supposed to do, like, if it's 0, use the current version. That's probably what it is, right? Well, no. Okay, that's unrelated. I just saw that. Yeah, that should have been a 1, not a 0. Anyway, 8 is the term, so it decodes the term correctly. And that's empty string. Wait, why are we deserializing it twice? Oh, yeah, that's the bug. I copy-pasted too much code. There we go. Making a lot of mistakes today. Urgh. Yay. Yay. All green lights. Green lights is good. Still got 2 tests that fail there. Quit scrolling on me. Jeez. Hmm. This is complicated. Normally you would say take some coffee, but in my case you'd say take some sleep. Maybe we'll just keep those breakpoints and run through one of these tests even though it's complicated. Yeah, let's do that. So run through here. What are we serializing today? Term 5 with a command. Okay, fine. Oh, you know, while I'm at it, I should just fix the other bug. It should be else if serialization version is 0, then use the current version. We only have one version, so there's no conditional serialization, but I need that for later. But that shouldn't affect any of these tests. Yeah, it still fails. Debug. Hey there, Ograta. I'm going okay. This is harder work to I'm changing the at the very low level in my game the how things are how data is exchanged between the servers, and it's really deep and microscopic level, and it's not as fun to watch, and it's not as fun to do either sometimes. But it's a little bit challenging. Okay, serialization, it's going to pick version 1, it's going to write that, it's going to write out term 5, this It's going to write out joint configuration. It's going to encode the command. There it is. And then we're good. And then deserialize. Pulls out 1 for the version. Pulls out 5. Joint configuration is the type. Oops, there's a problem. Yes. It's an invalid type of command. Okay, that's the problem. I am missing a deserialize. I guess I pasted it in the wrong place. Yes. Ah, my goodness. All these rookie mistakes. All right. Pass all the tests, please. I want to run my game again. I'm not doing message tests because I broke those pretty much by moving to a binary format. They're all broken. Okay, they all pass, so I'm going to build... I'm going to throw away this one. I'm going to build again, and I don't know why I get that, but sometimes I do, and I just have to build again, and it fixes it. The pain. All right, stage, and serve, and then might as well run the performance profiler, start that, and run the rest of the server when the first one has had a chance to boot up for a bit, because I want it to become the leader. Okay, start the rest of the cluster. It adds 11 and 12 to the cluster, and we're already playing. Look at that. So it's working. This was stuck on a login before, but this one's back. And then here's the game client, and let's go gather some statistics in performance since we have the opportunity. Aren't those 2 lines the same? I'm not sure which 2 lines, but I'm doing multiple deserializations there. There's multiple strings and ints. I just had them in the wrong order, or I had it outside the loop, and it should have been inside the loop. Which means I probably need to clean up that code and refactor it, which goes to the comment about the code not having comments and being difficult to read. Probably after I take a break and get some energy back, I'll go and clean that up and refactor it a bit. Right now, I just want to play my game. So yeah, if you haven't seen this before, it's based off of, or it's inspired by the Ultima series, and I just added these test items to the game and the fact that you have inventory slots. Because I had these test NPCs before, and you could despawn them by stepping onto them. But to test items, I'm like, oh, I'll make it so that you have to have a sword equipped when you step on them to despawn them. And then after every time you use the sword, it loses durability, and after it runs out, it breaks. And they start with 3 durability. So after I walk over them 3 times, sword breaks, and you see a message in the game, and all that. And then when I don't have any swords equipped, then I can't kill them. They still don't fight back, but, you know, they will eventually, I'm sure. So yeah, there's not much to the game yet other than what you see here. And working today on performance stuff. We'll add more game content later. Meantime, let's see some performance metrics. So I'm going to close that stuff. Flip over to call tree. Let's take a look at the call tree. So we're spending the bulk of our time in the ref. So this is the next biggest performance hit is this. Oh wait a minute, no, I'm wrong. I thought this was going to be the worker thread waiting, but it's actually sending the ref messages. Still, it's the JSON encoding part, right? So if you look at that in the code view, it's spending the bulk of its time doing this to encoding part. And this is significant too, but I'm only doing the base64 encoding because it needs to fit into JSON. So when I change this to binary, and then I won't need to do this base64 encode, and it'll be much faster. Suggestion, but kind of gameplay suggestion for later. Mechanic for items to remain at 0 durability and just show it broken. That's a good idea. I'll give you a point. Well, you have 30 points now. Congrats, Liquidor. Let's add that to the list. Yeah, I accept all ideas about gameplay and story and stuff, and I award in-game points for that if you haven't seen me do that before. And it shows up in-game here if you have your account linked. How's Liquidor doing compared to everyone else? You're solidly in 5th place, although 2 more suggestions and you'll pass bug found. Or 3 more. Nui has got like a really, really big lead, because Nui gives me a lot of helpful feedback. I should check to see, did anyone make a new account? Ooh, we did. Okay. These are all fine. Looks like they're not playing anymore. I hope you guys had fun playing when you were online. And I'll go ahead and close all the name check tickets that got opened because of that. There we go. 6th? I thought you were 5th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, develop it as 6th, yeah. You're a little ways behind, Liquidor. You kind of avoid making game suggestions since that's up to the game author. Yeah, but the whole point of my stream is to evolve it live and take in feedback, including suggestions, so feel free. And if you want to give them offline, I have the Discord, just to remind everybody. There's a special channel in there for the game for suggestions and stuff. I don't have a mechanism of awarding points from suggestions in Discord yet, but that might be something I might want to add. I thought I did give you points. Here, I'll give you some more points. Whoops, I hit the wrong key there. Tell you what, develop it. You get 10 more points. Now you're tied with Liquidor. Yes, develop it did help out quite a bit in the initial import of the points before I had the Twitch bot. Make a Discord bot in addition to the Twitch bot, yeah. But don't know how much work that would be. It's worth looking into. Point. Okay. You want to keep working today? It's 4 hours. Maybe if I find one more thing that's low-hanging fruit. Yeah, for this one, the next stage would be to send a binary message instead of a text one. Thanks for the follow, Johnny Mo. Discord is pretty easy. Created a couple of them. Oh, that's cool. It wouldn't be too hard to move this to binary message, and then I wouldn't need to do the encode. It would be great to get 13% chopped off of this, actually. It would be really nice. Maybe I'll do that, and then I'll call it a day. So I'm going to change the raft message to be sent binary instead of text. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, so we're done with this session. No, not going to bother saving this one. So that's not in raft anymore. I think I'm going to check in the raft work so far. So we're now dependent on serialization. I should probably update the README for that, right? And the tests are broken. I need to remember that. I need to fix those tests. I had that in my notebook, right? Need to update all the raft message unit tests, yes. Well, it's really need to fix / update. Right. README. Yeah. Okay, so let's list it. Serialization. And copying this stuff, it's serialization. This is a library I use to convert data between string of bytes, or convert data to and from strings of bytes. That's all I'm gonna say about it. Pulling in serialization. The log entry is now a serializable object. And we have the first version of it is established now, which means that subsequent versions I need to make it backward compatible. So this version is, the comparator is more advanced. The serialize is all binary, deserialize is all binary, and there's no debugging support yet. The quality I didn't bother to do. It's not supported yet. Message. I didn't really need to do that, did I? Maybe I will dump that one. Keep this one. You thought you knew all the commands, you didn't know this one? Which one? Oh, mug it? Do you use the open editors panel? Does Raft have a different version control? It's in a different repository. Did the chat overlay die? I don't think so. I see it for me. The video had died. Oh, did I drop frames? I dropped 93 frames at some point, but I don't know when. You suck at binary stuff. It's not that hard. Look. Oh, let me show you something. Serialization, I was showing this earlier. It's not that hard to figure out. So, you want to serialize an integer, and you want to kind of be smart about it. Like, if it's the number 0, you don't want to use any more than 1 byte. But if it's the number 1,000,000, obviously it won't fit into 1 byte. So what you do is you put the value. Actually, it's simpler to look at the unsigned version. Look at the value, and you get the least significant 7 bits out, and then you shift it down smartly. This, I think I did, what did I do this for? This makes sure it zeroes out the upper bits. Actually, I don't even think I need to do that, because value is unsigned int. Anyway, this is how you get 7 bits out, and that's how you shift them, right? The AND masks out all but the lower 7 bits, and then shifting it by 7 gives you the remainder bits. And then I'm putting them onto a stack, right, of bytes, and then I'm just gluing on a 1 bit to all but the last byte. So then when we deserialize, we're just reading 1 byte at a time, and that top bit, this is how you test the top bit in the byte. 80 would be the highest order bit. If it's not a 0, that means there's more bytes to follow. You take that byte, well, you take the previous bits you had, shift them up by 7 to give you some room, and then you add in the lower 7 bits of that byte. So we're reconstructing the integer 7 bits at a time. So this is, if you understand like the masking and shifting and some of the more exotic things, like the fact that if you right shift, you might be sign extending. So I think I put this in to prevent sign extension, although I didn't need to, I think, because this value is unsigned type. Anyway, if you get those concepts down, the binary stuff is not that hard. Happens to you sometimes when you use FF. Oh, Firefox. Firefox is giving you issues? I use Firefox. The only issue I see is when I switch channels, sometimes the audio glitches and I have to refresh. Anyway. I changed some other stuff here, didn't I? Oh no, it's just, yeah, it's all binary encoded now. But it's abstracted away. Right, so message.http never changed. So the message implementation changed, but the interface is the same, and log entry's interface changed. but I kept the old one in there for backwards compatibility. So you can still convert it to JSON, but there's this new way. So this is work in progress, adding a binary encodings for log entries and messages. So re-implement message using a binary encoding rather than JSON. Add binary encoding support to log entry, keeping the old JSON encoding support for now for backwards compatibility. That's going to change. I think I'll just, it's going to be obsolete, right? I know, I guess I could keep it around for other people who use Raft and want to use JSON. I could just leave it. All right, so that's going in, and this is going to go up in the GitHub. How does a finalized serialized object look like? It was in that log. We were showing it before. It might have scrolled off though. Yeah, here's where they look. Here's what they look like. So, what was I doing here? Oh, I forgot to show the base64 version of it. So here's a good example of it, right? Part of the protocol now is binary, and so you can't really see it. But the strings that are embedded in it, you can still see. And so this is a bit of JSON that's still embedded in the command. So my goal is to make it completely binary, right? So this will be replaced by indecipherable garbage that you can still see the strings in it. Like the fact, well, when this is totally binary, there won't be any strings left in this kind of command, right? But if the command had a user string in it, you'd still see the string surrounded by binary garbage. And if you base64 encoded it, it just all looks like that, right? But base64 is a crutch, sort of. It's what you use if you have to carry binary data over a text channel. When I'm done with this fully, it'll not only be all binary, but it'll also go over a binary channel, and I won't need to do the base64 encoding at all. That's the goal. Yeah, so I had a bug here in my diagnostics where when I was sending, I was showing it in base64, but when I was receiving, it was not doing it. But anyway, that's what it looks like. Will there be a plan to always... Will there always be plain string, or can you binary the string too? Well, a user string, like the name, your name in the game, like Liquidor, fundamentally that you can't... Like, the only thing you could do with that maybe is compress it. So I could compress it by... How would I compress that? Using entropy encoding? But it's such a... For small strings like that, why bother, right? It's for the larger strings, the overhead that you want to get rid of, that you go to binary for. Hey there, Oblivioner. Mr. Sir. Okay, that was checked in, right? I checked that in. And this was a necessary change to show the debugging, right? Oh no, I needed to base64 encode the damn thing. And then decode it. Should I fix the diagnostic while I'm at it? This should really show the encoded Raft message. Well, it's commented out. Fix it anyway. This should be the encoded Raft message, and then the other one should be... Oh, that already is one. Okay, so that was the fix there. It's commented out now. Okay, I wanted to keep that in there in case I wanted to see it, which I probably still do. For a while. Yes, so need to base64 encode Raft messages since they are now since the binary encoding of them is now being used. So this is adjust raft message transport to support binary. Okay. Let me fix that one problem, right? It was in... Where was it? In the raft thing here, right? It was to not use... Actually, it's to get rid of this, now that I think about it. So we're going to send a binary message instead. And the binary message will be what we encode. So the serialized message... So we're gonna be using the serializer here. Serialized... Well... Serialized string at least. And then system abstractions string buffer, or string file. Okay. So when we get one, it's going to be not a message anymore, it's going to be a string. I'm going to be fixing that. And we are going to decode it. So what did I miss? Oh yeah, points and the arguments. If I think you had too many arguments and it didn't parse right. There are alternate points, so you can do points, or you can do points and then someone else, or I can do points someone else and then give them some points. I get to do the third of those three commands. I don't remember for the second one if anyone can do that or just me. And then points anyone should be able to do. Also, you can now whisper the bot. So, for example, I can say whisper points, and it whispers back how many points I have. Whisper, someone asked for the whisper thing and I threw it in there, since it wasn't too hard. Raft message. Okay, playing with skizzers. I didn't leak anything though. Now I can't show my message because it's got a PM on it. Okay, this is going to be standard string. This is called when another server sends a raft message. Well, it's not going to be a string anymore. Sends a raft message. Right? Yes. If I change the binary socket... Okay, I need to look and see how I did the binary message stuff. Does anyone understand binary stuff? You mean like bit fields, shifting, masking, and or XOR, all that stuff? It used to be like you had to know that stuff when you're working on computers because like if you're in assembly language, everything is very low level and you have to know how to shift and mask and all that stuff. Just built into the instruction set. Alright, so it's not there anymore. I don't know what it will be. Actually, it's just going to be the message, right? So isn't this just doing that? And cut out all the BS? Well, leave this, I guess. Let's call that decoded. Well, no, it's not even encoded. I'll want to encode it, though, to see it. Only for diagnostic purposes, so encode the message. And I'll just leave it commented out. I think it's that simple because this is a binary message now, right? Raft, 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 where art thou? What is this? Yeah, okay, it's in server? How come I didn't see it then? Is it here? Ah, right. Here it is. Yeah, it's binary, right? It has to be decoded using this class now. This one. Yeah, okay, cool. So that simplifies this greatly. It just passes it along. So all the magic is now in this, where we call this. So I need to move it out of here, basically. What did this do before? It just did a binding. Okay, so we don't need to do that anymore. So it's going to come in at the on where is it? WebSocket binary in messaging. On WebSocket binary. What does this mean? Subject to change. I don't remember what that's for. And why don't I just do it this way? Hold on. Oh, this is for if it comes in as a public message. Oh, and it had a binary handler. Okay. That was for receiving the new version of the code from the deployment tool. That's what it was for. Yeah, there are 1-0 types of people in this world. Those who understand binary and those who don't. You like the note? This is subject to change? I don't know why I wrote that. But actually, this is the opportunity that I want, right? If it's a private connection, then we're going to have our protocol here. So I need to introduce the protocol with the buffer in it. So data is the whole frame. We'll just assume the frame will be parsed. So system abstractions, I don't have it. Don't have the string file here. String file, buffer, data. I really do want to make a version of that constructor that just takes a pointer and doesn't make a copy. Let me make a note about that. Would really like a zero copy constructor for system abstractions string file. There's no reason why I should need to copy that if it's a constant and we only need it for this function call. Oh, Liquidware asks, also I know what it is masking and everything else, just never worked with it and probably don't know how to use it. What I can't figure out now is why only part of a protocol is binary and not all of it. It's because it's layered. So I did the lowest layer first, the raft, like how the messages are encoded. Well, no, actually, no, it's not the lowest. I did the raft layer. The raft layer sits on top of a message exchange that uses WebSockets, and that is was text. So I'm moving that right now to binary, which lets me do the send the raft message as is, right? But then above all of this is the server's command journal thing, and that's right now JSON based. So what the payload that the binary message has right now is still JSON. So we saw that back here. For example, this message. See this message here? The beginning of it, which is the transport, is binary now, but the payload is a game command, and the game command is still JSON based. So that's why you see part of it is still JSON text. So I'm not doing that today. That's more work, but I did that today, and I'm doing the layer you don't see below this, which is the sending and the receiving of the messages themselves. It's still flowing over a text web-based WebSocket, and so it was doing that base64 encoding stuff, and it had a raft string. The code for the other end is still going to be there, so I'll show you. This stuff. This is still there. Wait a minute. That's it. Why is that binary now? Oh, I was in the middle of changing this, right? This was text. I'll put it back to text for now. Whoa. Where did I get... Okay, there we go. See, this is the lowest level that we don't see. Like, this whole string is then carried inside of a JSON object again. So I'm trying to get rid of that. So once I get that, then the last thing will be the payload. The top level payload will be the last thing that's JSON. And so once it's all binary, I don't need to do any kind of base64 or any kind of encoding in JSON at all. That's the whole point. Okay, see you playing with Skizzers. Go have fun with your headset. Oh, no problem. I hope I answered the question, Liquidor. I missed your question before. Sorry about that. Messaging. On WebSocket binary. Yes, so we get the data, and it's going to be the similar kind of thing that we were doing in Raft, where I want to have a serialization version, and we're going to want to put it up here somewhere, and it's got to be very specific. So this is like server message serialization version or something, and we'll use that down here. Similar to how this works, the deserialize this. So I'll need to pull in serialize string. Or serialized integer, right? And I think we're going to need string too, right? For the upper layer. Yes, I think so. Oh yeah, it's all refactoring Cthulhu. It's all performance improvement stuff. It's working on binary formats for the messages. I'm not going to get to it, but not copying game components when we're just iterating them. Reducing the polling. Along with the reducing polling is I need to eliminate the use of locks at the worker thread level because it's very expensive. So there's going to be some re-architecture sometime to move to queues, lockless queues. All right. We'll call that int field. Const int version equals int field. And this was what? Server message serialization version. Well, it should say current in front. Let's replace all of that. Current. If it's a version we don't know, we can't interpret, then we're just going to drop the message, right? Assuming it is a version that we know. I think the next should be some kind of type of message. And the first type will be Raft. So what does that mean? That probably means I wanted just to make an enum, right? Enum class server message type. Raft. So we'll encode that as an integer again. Here. Server message type. Interpret that from the int field. And then we'll switch on it. And there's only one thing we need to do support right now, which is case server message type Raft. And that's it. Default return. All right, so if it's a Raft message, we're going to call impl Raft on raft message. And it gets the WebSocket. Actually, we already have a file, so let me turn it into a file for that API. So it's star context.websocket, right? And then the buffer. Did I get that wrong? Arrow. And what did it not like about this? That's a weak pointer. Hold on. How did I get it back here? For a text message. I recovered it at some point. Oh, like that. Is that what I did already down here too? I did, so I just WS. Dereference. There we go. Oh, no, it's still not right. Oh, no, it needs the whole context. Okay, so it's just star context. Got it. Okay, so this, let's update this. This will take not a string, but a system abstractions I file. Hold on, I'm missing a lot of chat. Basically using binary to reduce the overall data being sent and received. It's mostly to avoid the JSON overhead. Encoding and decoding of JSON was a lot of the CPU was going into that. And yeah, right now parts of it are still encoded and decoded, but I'm trying to move away from that. I still want to use JSON between the server and the client, but between servers there's no real good reason to use it because the servers are on the same architecture, and so I might as well just transmit the exact data that the other one needs and not have to go through some kind of encoding. Instead of the JSON object, it's a custom protocol. So it's in terms of like, what do you expect each byte to be, following each other byte. So it's like a little program that says, read the next byte. If it's a 1, then do this. If it's a 2, do that. And I could probably draw a tree or a structure. Like we were looking at protocol buffers before, right? It's that kind of idea. Or message pack, right? These bytes that are in front of the data kind of tell the parser like what to expect next and what the structure is, similar to how the punctuation in JSON works. And then protocol buffers were similar, where they have fields and they describe like, well, if it's one type of message, do this. If it's another type of message, do that. I don't understand the syntax, but that's the idea, is that you're replacing the punctuation with codes, and the codes, it can be nested, it can be recursively defined, but it's just so that's much faster to read for a computer. You don't have to read these characters one by one to know the length is 7 if you just put the number 7 there, right? 7-byte string. You just copy 7 more bytes and you don't have to look for a null or anything. You don't have to look for the quotes. That kind of a thing. Oh, hey there, Chris. A good old Mr. Sir to you. Hopefully we'll be playing some Borderlands sometime soon, if Skizzers is up to it. Yes, so address of. Okay, that. Let me see, let me think about this. Does it need the pointer? I think it does because this expects it. Yes. And I haven't overhauled that API yet. It really shouldn't need a pointer. Anyway, it's a pointer for now. And so I'll need to pull in the declaration of iFile for that. All right, and then file. This is the stream file or buffer. holding the message to be handled. To be interpreted and handled. Oh, there we go. So that moves there. Steve says, let's say you had a plain old data structure that you needed to send, and it was something like an integer followed by another integer. If you wanted to send that between machines without almost no overhead, you would just write the binary for I followed by the binary for j. In practice, most libraries will do things like reorder the bytes for network order and all that. Yeah. So what gets complicated is when you have conditional structures. Like you have, actually a good one to show is my own raft messages. Let me show you. The message struct, right, has a union in it, right? You know how unions work? You can only use one of them, but they share the same memory. So how do you know which one to use? You usually have like a key, so that's what this is for. So the way you would transmit this is you'd first transmit the type, and then depending on what the value of the type is, you transmit one of these. And then what the receiver would do is the receiver doesn't know which one it is first. The first thing it expects is to receive the type. Once it receives and decodes the type, then it says if the type is request vote, then the next bytes decode to that. Otherwise, if it's request votes results, then the next bytes decodes into that instead. So there's like conditional decoding. So that's where it gets complicated. You have to read one field before you understand what the next bytes following that field are. All right, so this is that. So for right now, we'll just decode the expected size first here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so Chris, we were looking at protobuf and message pack someone else recommended. I had my own library already called serialization, so I figured I'd just continue using that. But it's the same idea as message pack, that the conditional coding is a prefix in front of everything, and you can nest them. It's kind of like that, right? Only not as sophisticated, I'm sure. It's more handwritten. I'm going to want to decode an integer. Actually, what if I just leave it as a string? Yeah, let's just do that. We will decode the string. Serialization. Serialized string. Encoded message. Encoded message dot deserialize from the file. If we can't decode it, return early. Otherwise, we're going to take the encoded message. It's convertible to a string, so that'll work. And then this moves now down to here then. Cool. So then there's no copying. That is called from here. And then, so that's the receiving side. Now the sending side. Sending side was here. So instead of doing send text message, we'll do send binary message, and we have to have the string here, so there'll be the buffer, which we'll have to make. And then we'll first serialize the type. So integer, int field. Actually, there needs to be a version number too, right? Serialized integer. A couple people have made actually links, and I forgot to give points. Who was the last person before who made a link? And I didn't see them. I guess I'll use the search thing. Ah, found it. This person. There we go. Fix that. Oh, Wilhelm, unmask. We have more players created recently. Java, Fredo. Any way to hide Twitch chat in game? Yeah, that's a requested feature. I'll have tabs here where you can customize what messages get filtered in there. I mean, I could turn the golem off right now. I should have a way to just turn off part of the golem to have him not put Twitch chat in the way. Okay. Int field. I guess we'll start with the version number. Oh, and that's not in this file, is it? Okay, so I need to promote this out of this anonymous namespace then, along with the type. Where to put it? It really does go with messaging, right? So can I just put it in the messaging header? And just put it here? Can I do that? This would go where? I guess it just stays where it is, right? Oh, it can't be const expert though. And then that needs to be moved down to like properties or something. Yeah. And then I don't know if I can do that. I think I have to do this instead where hold on. Collapse this so I can see what I'm doing and then do this. You have to do this, right? Declare it and then define it. Did I do that right? Coordinator messaging. Okay, what does it not like about this? Declaration is incompatible. Oh, because it's const? There we go. That's to give it storage. That's to declare. The other place here was to declare it. And okay, there. Okay, so now we can use it as long as I include it. What? Oh. It's in the same local directory. Hold on. Why does this not include its own header? What now? How is this? How does this? Oh no, this includes it. That includes everything. Okay, so I don't need to include anything. I can just use it. Messaging. Current server. There we go. And then serialize that out. So buffer. Well, int field dot serialize buffer. If we can't, then we give up. And then int field equals int of messaging server message type reft, and then serialize that out. And then here's where I need a string field. String. And we can initialize it with encoded reft. Okay, here I don't need it though. We are doing the encoding, so it's just that. I don't need base64 anymore unless I want to print it out. Which I think I decided to do the whole dang thing, right? Buffer. Hold on, I don't remember what I decided to do. What did I do up here? Oh, did I lose my marker? Shoot. It was up here though. That is encoded message. Okay, so it's just the string part. So this should just be the string part of it, which is this string field. Printing it down here. Okay. String field serialized to the buffer, and then I just send the buffer. So what isn't it not like about this? Oh, it needs to have this thing in front. Cool, and that's the old way. It falls away. And they don't... let's see if I got this right. So it's version number, type. Then we take the raw message and just put it into a string, which is really just putting an integer in front saying how long it is. And then send it. Okay, let's try it out. Oh, cool, Liquidor. I'm glad you're learning more about binary messages. Could it not link? Not this thing again. Comdat sections. I don't even know what that means. The file is not written correctly? Okay, the question is, will this pass any of my tests? I don't know if they will. I might just have to try it and see if it works. Which means I probably want to just run it and then with that uncommented. Right? Yeah, let's do that. So uncomment, and then the other place above, same deal. Then I'll see if it's working or not. And we get to see what the messages look like now. Okay, so let's clear everything out. Update and serve. How come I didn't print anything? Oh, I didn't build I didn't build it. I needed to build it here. Linking is overrated. Yeah, you didn't need to link that program. Hey, you're fine. Use the old version of the code just fine, right? It's Wednesday today for a lot of people, right? Wednesday or Thursday, depending on your time zone. Well, as long as it compiles, yeah, who needs to link? Compile's fine. The compiler does take longer for release builds because of the code generation. All right. I want to see a lot of raw Raft messages here. Once they time out, once the cluster times out, there we go. Oh yeah, look at those messages. It's actually working. Yay, look at that. So there we go, a lot of messages. So we can take a peek at what they looked like. If I take a longer one and I run it through a base64 decoder. So let's take that. There was, I put this in the tools somewhere. I don't have a base64 encoder linked here. Oh well. I'll have to find one and link it. Because some of these are better than others. Is this a better one? Decode. Okay, that's not such a good one because we see text. What if I wanted to just see, yeah. Using your own serialization or web, I'm using my own serialization right now, but from what I saw about web message pack, this reminds me a lot about what I'm doing in my own serialization code. Only mine is doesn't have any tools, so I don't know if Webpack has tools to generate the logic you would need to do the encoding and decoding. Protocol Buffers definitely does, because they talk about there's a compiler called the Protocol Buffer Compiler. So that's taking the description of the message format and making code for you that you then compile to make your program. I don't know if this included. I think Chris said it didn't, but I would imagine that anything complicated or custom would. Maybe this is just only supports JSON, so the schema is JSON. If the schema is JSON, sure, you don't need a compiler for it. Mine is custom, though, so mine is somewhere in between message pack and protocol buffers, I guess. Only I don't have a tool to convert from a schema. My schema is hard-coded. A decent chance my code text will be compatible, very close. Yeah, well, mine are kind of like the string. That's almost the way I do it, only there's no A. It's just, mine would just be a 7, and then the length. The A is probably to mark that it's a string, right? Yeah, because they're taking advantage of the fact that there aren't very many types in JSON. So they're just using like the upper bits to say, oh, well, this is a string, or this is a map, right? 8 for map, A for string. Yeah, makes sense. But protocol buffers would be more customizable, and you'd have to write it in a schema and compile the schema using a protocol buffer compiler. Yeah, so mine's in between these. I don't have a schema or a compiler, but I'm not limited to just JSON types. Mine are hard-coded schema with customizable types. And I was looking at this, right? Okay, so this is good enough to see that you can actually see the 5 there. That's the length of the string, right? So that means the type of the message was a login. The type of the command was login, and this 15, I'm not sure why it's 0015, but I think that's the length of that string. That 1, there's the version number. The 3, I'm not sure why there's a 3 there. Anyway, this is how much of it's binary. So the stuff that's still still not binary is the type of the command and the command's body. How long can a message be? It can be any length. It's the WebSocket protocol. A frame can be almost any size. At some point, you want to fragment your messages so that if it takes too long to send the message, you can't send anything else. Like you can't do a ping. And so your WebSocket might lose its connection if you're sending a long binary file. So like for the file transfer stuff I think I did it in, I can look it up. That was in the tools. Deploy. I think I broke up the messages by certain pieces. Is it in common? Oh, maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't fragment it. Maybe it sends it all in one huge chunk. Yeah, it looks like it just sends. What's package? What's self package? Self package. Yeah, it's just the raw contents of the file. So I send it in one binary frame, and these days that's been like several megabytes. Oh, you mean if? Oh, I know what you're saying. So, what was I using there? Serialized string. So serialized string uses serialized unsigned integer for the length. And serialized unsigned integer is the one where it supports up to 64 bits. This value is a uint64. So it's 2 to the 64 is the largest number of bytes that the message can be. Do you ever use SFML with C++? Nope. Never use SFML. Yeah, but I didn't want to use like 8 bytes for an integer, so I did this variable length integer thing I was showing you before, where each byte holds 7 bits of the integer, and then there's a more bit, and it's a form of dictionary encoding. Is that the right word? Huffman encoding, where you favor lengths that are small, use the fewest number of bits to send, but if it's a larger number, it needs more bits to send it. What happens if the string with negative 14 characters, you mean like an anti-string? Like from a parallel anti-universe? Yeah, well, it can't be negative. In this case, it's using unsigned integer, so it can't be negative. If it's huge, what will happen? It'll never decode because it'll run out of bytes. This one, serialized string says if it can't read that many bytes, it can't decode it. So it'll end up just dropping the message. Because the negative 14, if you were to squash that into a positive integer, it'd be a large number, right? And so length won't match. Must be backspaces. var int. I mean, that's using the same technique there, right? Only it's a handmade. It's a handmade Huffman dictionary where it's 8 bits for any 7-bit number, and more than 7 bits, it needs at least 16 bits, or 24, or 32, or, etc. Okay, I think I'm checking it in and calling it a day, because it works. Oh, I was going to remove the comments and then play the game, and get one more round of statistics. That's what I was going to do. So, we'll comment this out. Keep it in there, but comment it out. Whoops. Lost my place. There we go. Build it here. Build. Build. Okay, deploy once. Or deploy, run once to get it staged. And then performance profiler, start. And then run the rest of the cluster. And we're caught up. Game's running. Let's reset that. Other window. This one. Let's get equipped. Liquidor says, will you be converting the JSON payload to binary to yes, definitely. Because there's a lot of different kinds of game commands, but the ones that are most frequently sent are all the ECS changes. So anytime an NPC moves or a player moves or you pick up an item, it's a JSON message. If just take that message alone and convert it to binary, I'm dropping my overhead a lot. But there are a lot of commands, right? So it's going to take some time to do them all. I'll do them, the biggest impact ones first. Right? All of these messages, but the most important one is the ECS action. And that one's transmitted by the game itself and by administrators. So that's going to be a lot. Actually, that's if it's from an administrator. If it comes from the game itself, those show up in this register thing. So this is the command I'll turn into binary. All of these can stay text for now because they're not as impactful, right? How often do you change your password? How often do you chat? How often do you change the game configuration? Not very often, right? ECS happens like many times a second, so that's the biggest impact. The last part of your question. If so, why not do that for client socket protocol 2 to avoid having 2 different protocols? maybe it will naturally well, once I have the server to server all binary, it'll be easier to do server client because I can just leverage the same encoding functions. But I think I wanted to keep it in text for now if I can, just to keep so I can still see it in the debugger here, right? I want to still be able to see this here. You can still see binary messages here, but I won't be able to decipher them as easy. Or if I get, one thing I could do is I could make a plugin for Chrome that deciphers the binary messages. And then I can go all binary and just run a tool that deciphers them, the ones that I need to see. Yeah, so you won't need to learn binary unless I do binary on the client server side. And I'm hoping to get away from that. I mean, look, there's not a whole lot of data traffic between server and the client. You can see it's only like every second or so there's maybe 40 to 80 bytes. It's nowhere near the traffic that the backend server sees. The backend server is seeing constant exchange of everything in the game, not just within your viewport, but everything. As the game gets bigger, your viewport's not going to change, so your own local traffic won't change, but the server to server gets a lot bigger. Because things are happening off screen that you're never getting a message about, Oh, I've been profiling the entire time. I think we're done profiling. We even got a snapshot while I was waiting. Thanks for the follow, Rake Fight. So, while that's... Oh, it's already done. We can look at the numbers now. Where's our most expensive bottleneck now? Which one is this? Oh, so the system's still... Oh, that's interesting. The rendering system is now a lot lower. Now the NPC movement system is the bottleneck. Weird. That was running as the cluster leader, right? Yeah, it was. So that cut down the overhead a tremendous amount. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect the rendering system to be improved. Yeah, and that's really low now. Okay, what about this thread? Yes, so this didn't get affected much. We still waste a lot of time polling. And what happens when we're sending the ref message? Where is this going? Sending the binary message. Send binary. Sending a frame. Yeah, so there's still overhead in sending it across the network. That's fine, but it's a very small amount now. Huh. Well, that's good. Good news. So I guess the next thing I would tackle is this polling stuff, since it's way more significant now. 10% versus 2. And what about these other threads? Yeah, so this is just obscene that just the web server's timer takes 10% of our CPU. Like, this is just gross. And another... So this is processing messages, I think. Yeah, processing messages from the web socket. This is receiving a binary message. And most of it goes to Raft. And most of it looks like it's just committing the game changes. Commit. Yeah, some of it goes to the journal writing to disk, but a lot of it goes to distributed. Publishing ends up going to the executor. Here, on command execution. No, on commit this is the executor. Yeah, so most of the commands are ECS related, of course. And why are we still using JSON? Oh, right, because it internally uses JSON object. What does that look like? Oh, interesting. Just an empty constructor takes a significant amount of time. Yeah, my JSON class is just slow. Now I'm starting to think maybe I should try to optimize JSON, my JSON class. Forget who suggested I do that, but gosh, this is annoying. Someone earlier suggested I should just try to optimize my JSON object. It's hard to say, Liquidor, because JSON is used from all of these threads, and then we're only looking at one thread at a time here. So it's really hard to say for sure. Yeah, see, look, our most expensive thing is locking mutex is there. This, I don't think I can do anything about. We have to deal with talking RSA keys for encryption. And that's only when you connect, so... Yeah, another... Can I see how this code is distributed? Yeah, a lot of time wasted polling. And nothing else that we can see. Okay, so it's all polling overhead. Is it if I click there and it's... then it doesn't grab it away? Oh yeah, okay. One more glance through this stuff. Yeah, the golem... Well, the golem's not active right now. But at least it used to take up a lot more time doing this JSON crap, and it's not doing it as much now. I didn't change this at all, though. It makes me suspect that I need to gather more data. Anyway, I think I'm done looking at this. Let me... there's not much point saving it because next time I build it, the symbol table gets destroyed. I need to figure that out. Figure out how to preserve symbol table and source and/or source information for performance measurements sessions. So we can go back and look at old ones. Exactly. Don't know how to do that yet. Thanks for the follow, Alma Rose. Where do you want the percents to be located as a goal? Really, the bottom line is I want to drop the CPU usage on the cloud from 10% down to 5%. I want that margin. Then I'll add more to the game until it gets to around 10%, and then I do another round of optimization. So I'll probably... I want to address the lock stuff first. If I get the lock stuff redesigned so that... where was that one? This wait for work, this 10% goes away, then I'll probably run it on Amazon and see where I'm standing. If it's under 5%, I'll call it a day for now and do more game dev. Add more stuff into the game until it gets to 10%. That's the ultimate measure, I think. I think I will. I'll save this because if I might want to look at this later. How come I can't save? There we go. Yes, save. I thought the session would include the symbol table, but apparently it doesn't. All right, we're done with that for right now. Let me run the status on everything. It's gold. Ship it. I wanna do the lock stuff first before I measure again on Amazon Web Services. Okay. Raft is no longer handled as a text message. Goodbye, Raft. It is now handled through the binary messages. Yeah, I guess that was I'm hopeful that was a really significant improvement. And we have the commented out stuff if I wanted to see the raw messages later. Oh, I didn't comment that. Let me do that. So that's in messaging HTTP. These are the different types of binary messages that may be exchanged between game servers. Might as well document this. This type of message carries an instruction from one server's Raft implementation to another's. Alright. Oh, I should put a comment for that. This is the latest version of the server-to-server binary message protocol. That that the code currently understands. And then here's the implementation, right? That's storage for it. Right, here's all the new code. So interpret Raft messages directly. Cool. Oh, wait a minute. Does that mean I have a function lying around I don't need anymore? Because didn't this have a table entry? Oh no, I just repurposed it. Okay. Yeah, okay. So this is move Raft messages. Well, make all Raft messages. No, exchange. You use a binary protocol for Raft message exchange between servers. You know what I'll probably end up doing is I'll probably increase the major version of the backend because it's not entirely compatible with old versions anymore. Semver and all that stuff, right? Short version of that. You use binary messages for Raft. Okay, I'm pretty tired. Time for a break. Okay. So I made a fair dent in this today. I did that. There's more I could do for the commands. I could do the same thing. I haven't addressed this yet. This sort of folds into the whole getting rid of mutex polling. Polling and grabbing and locking mutexes so many times a second. So I don't know if I'll do that tomorrow or if I'll do something else yet. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet tomorrow. Borderlands, yeah, if you guys are up for it. I don't know if Chris is still here or not, but I'm up for some Borderlands later. 5 hours, wow. I have been going a long time. That's why I am tired. Okay, let me go take a break, which means I'll have to say goodbye for now. Let's see who we can follow. I mean, raid. Start saying the wrong words when I'm tired. Oh, Almighty Game Devs. I wanted to raid him. Let's see if he's going for... He's been going for 2 hours. I'm watching a ad right now. I want to raid this guy. He's actually an accomplished game dev and has several games released on Steam. I think Ski Dog was playing one of them several weeks ago. And seems like a great guy. He's his followership has dropped off a bit because he took a big break. But he seems very knowledgeable about stuff. Today he's working on a tabletop D&D Dungeons and Dragons inspired game. And I think he's working in Unreal? I'm not sure though. Anyway, let's go say hi to him. Almighty Game Dev. There we go. I'm pressing the button. It was I told Ski Dog about it. It was the bully game. Yeah, and I had him watch the VOD from Ski Dog, and he got a kick out of it. So Anyway, we're gonna go raid him, so I will catch you guys later. I'll be back tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. 1700 hours UTC. Till then, have a great evening or day. Bye.